I'm just pausing to allow Miss Hall to join us. And Miss Hall is with us. Good morning, everyone. The inquiry is now resumed. As you know, today is Armistice Day, and I shall make sure that we take a break on the approach to 11 o'clock for those who wish to observe the National Day of Remembrance. In terms of timetabling this morning, we should comfortably complete Mr. Lowndes and move on perhaps this morning to Mr. Cafferty. Just looking ahead at the timetable, tomorrow afternoon, I've got overrun conditions and obligations. If all goes well, we're unlikely to be faced with the overrun. In terms of the session on conditions and obligations, from the work that's gone on behind the scenes, I don't anticipate that that will be a particularly lengthy session. And I'm simply asking at this stage if we're likely to have a substantial part of Friday available, whether we should move on, whether we are able to move on to either Mr. Jackson or Ms. Roberts, depending upon their availability, and of course, whether advocates would be prepared, have done their preparation for in-chief and cross-examination. I can leave that with you for the time being. By all means, discuss it outside the inquiry, and we'll return to that later on today. Are there any other housekeeping matters?
Could I just
yes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. After you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you. So I really hope that people have received an email this morning from those instructing me about adding a document to the core documents. If not, I apologise. Hopefully that'll be on its way. Essentially, we referred in the Iceni notes provided the other day to extracts from the PPG, but I note that those extracts were not provided to you, sir. So it's just making good on that error.
Thank you. They're not with me yet, but no doubt Mr. Salter will be onto it in his normal efficient manner.
So we try to take soundings behind the scenes in line with your direction earlier. So I don't know that they'll be coming straight to you. I think we're trying to achieve a consensus amongst the parties before they come to you, but hopefully it's so uncontroversial that won't be a problem.
Indeed. Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just on a matter of documents, we received at just before 11:15 last night an email from Mr. Cons, Mr. Hill's instructing solicitor, with the attachment comprising a committee report. I think it was the document that Mr. Hill foreshadowed in some comments that he made at the end of yesterday.
Yes.
I received that just after 9 o'clock this morning. I've arranged for a printed copy to be provided for Mr. Lowndes. Neither of us have read it. So, sir, could I just ask for a few moments before Mr. Hill begins his cross-examination?
Certainly.
Consider those documents. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. Anything else? If not, we'll pick up where we left off yesterday. Mr. Linus, if you'd like to continue your cross-examination of Mr. Lowndes, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes again.
Good morning, Mr. Linus. Good morning, sir.
We were dealing with the question of height, and we looked initially at Brook House specifically. Can we just, still on the issue of height, please, can we just deal with some other matters, please? And can we take out, first of all, please, an appeal decision that's gone into the inquiry document, CDE6, which is the Ealing decision.
Sorry, what was the reference?
E6.
E6. Sorry. Yeah, got it.
And we'll be coming back to this later on in another context. I just wanted to pick up a couple of points generally with you, please, as a matter of broad approach. Obviously, you're familiar with this appeal decision, Mr. Lowndes, that's right, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
Yes, I think you're acting for the local authority in that
did.
case, correct? Okay. And in allowing the appeal, can I just pick up a couple of general matters that were raised by the inspector? First of all, paragraph 19, please, on page 4 of the decision. Now, I preface everything I'm about to say to you with an acknowledgement this is a different case, different part of the country. But at paragraph 19, the inspector says, in discussing the inquiry about the landmark quality of the building and points made the area does not need such a landmark. To my mind, that's to approach the question in the wrong direction. The starting point for a tall building proposal like this one's put simply, is whether the site is worthy of the gesture. So again, what the inspector was asking there is, before going on to look at height in paragraph 21, the basic question is the site worthy of a gesture of a tall building? And that's an entirely appropriate question to ask about a site in general terms, isn't it?
It is appropriate to ask about a site in general terms, but obviously the specifics of this particular site meant that it was a consideration that was at the forefront of the nature of the proposal.
Yes, okay. And again, understanding that this is a different proposal, a different location, paragraph 20, we note there that the site lies at the confluence of a number of roads, and then over the page 20, paragraph 21, it would act as in the middle of that paragraph, but it would act as an effective marker of an important nodal point. And towards the end of that paragraph, indicate a transition to more intensive uses elsewhere. Now, again, I don't need to ask about the particular circumstance of that site, but as a general proposition, you'd accept that asking whether or not a site is worthy of a gesture of a tall building by acting as an effective marker of a nodal point is a relevant question to ask when looking at a proposal. That's right, isn't it?
It is right to ask that question, but this was a very different site to that which we are looking at.
Understood.
And this, the appeal site doesn't have the same characteristics of nodal or focal arrangements that the site in West Ealing had.
Again, just looking for broad questions of approach, questions to ask. And then reference there to more intensive uses, again, insofar as one is considering broad questions of approach, and this issue of whether a building can act as a marker, it's appropriate to consider whether the site is worthy of a gesture of a tall building by indicating the location of more intensive uses than others elsewhere in the area.
I think it's a perfectly legitimate question to ask, but of course, in this instance, the circumstances are different to that which we were presented with at the appeals site.
Could I just say that when this document was put in, I have seen the plans, so I'm familiar with its location and context, because I anticipated that that would be a point that might be raised having read the decision. I would confirm I've not seen any other documents related to the inquiry or any of the evidence. It was simply that as the document was put in, I wanted to make sure that at least I knew where the site was and what was being talked about. So I hope that's helpful.
That is, sir, very much so. And I hope you understand it. I entirely accept it's a different site, and I'm putting my questions on that basis.
Indeed.
And then paragraph 24, Mr. Lyons, again, while we're picking up some questions of general approach, there's a reference there to designated heritage assets. It's not correct to equate visibility with harm, and you'd accept that as a general proposition, wouldn't you?
I do.
Thank you very much. So put that to one side, because we'll be coming back to it later on. Now, as far as this case is concerned, it is appropriate to recognise, isn't it, that the town centre, as it's structured at the moment, has the east-west retail spine, as well as north-south links from the station in particular. That's right, isn't it?
There is a preeminent east-west retail spine route with a number of spaces that are part of that route. and there is a north-south, I suppose you could call it, the bones emanating from the long linear route go north-south, and that also has a range of spaces connected to it.
Okay, so clear retail spine east and west, and then within the retail spine, in the matter of structure, we have Eastgate Centre, Brick House at the eastern end.
Yes.
And then we'll have Market or St Martin Square, Westgate Centre at the western end.
Yes.
It's a relevant feature of the town centre structure, correct?
They're two sort of key components of the townscape spatial structure, yes.
And the site lies at the western end, directly overlooking St Martin's Square. We can agree that, can't we?
Part of it overlooks St Martin's
Yes.
Square.
Yes, and then at that point on the east-west route, the site also acts as a node on the link between the station coming up Fodderwick on the northern route from the station. That's correct, isn't it?
No, I don't accept that. It's part of its rectangular form means that it actually faces out into 4 streets with some spaces. It faces other buildings, and I don't think that the corner that's closest to the station is necessarily a node in its own right.
But you'd accept that Fodderwick as a route is an important route north from the station into the town centre?
It's a route. It's probably not the most important route. It is a route from the station.
It's an important route and the direct desire line from the station to the town centre, isn't it?
No, I think the desire line is the other side of the South Essex College.
Well, we can debate that on site, but you'd accept that it is a route, an important route, Fodderwick, between the station and the town centre.
No, I accept it's a route. I don't think it's particularly important over other elements or approaches to the building site.
And this can be tested on site, but if you're standing at the station forecourt, having left the train, again, we can check this on site, but we don't understand Brick House to be visible from the station forecourt. Is that correct?
I think it's fair to say that there are intervening buildings, which mean that the appeal site is not seen in direct line of sight from the forecourt of the station, correct?
But Brick House isn't visible from the forecourt.
Oh, sorry, Brick House. I think there might be a glimpse at,
Okay, well, that can be checked on site, but
yeah.
So
Again,
we'll check that on site. And
Yeah.
it was perhaps a slip of the tongue when you said it can be discussed on site.
Yes, but yeah,
It could be
checked on
viewed.
site.
It can be checked or viewed on site as opposed to discussed.
Yes, let's not discuss that. There'll be plenty more to be discussed anyway, sir. Okay, but not in the site visit. Okay, again, Mr. Lowndes, that can be obviously checked, but you'd accept that if one's trying to get into the town centre and one is leaving the station, one sees as one crosses the forecourt a nightclub on the other side of the road, and the Beehive pub disconcertingly full on weekday mornings on the next to it.
At 9 o'clock, I noticed.
Yes, but that's what faces you as you leave the station forecourt, and I think you'd accept, wouldn't you, that there is scope for improved wayfinding from the station into the town centre.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious where the town centre is when you arrive in station forecourt. One is corralled and directed towards the town centre by the way of the arrangement of lights and railings. There's no doubt in my mind that it's obvious that the town centre is to the north of the station forecourt. And wayfinding might benefit from improvement, but the layout of the town centre naturally draws one towards it. You might provide a sign, might provide enhanced landscaping, which in fact has been done, which naturally draws one along towards the town centre. But I don't think that equates to the necessity of a very tall building to allow that role to be performed.
You accept that there'd be some scope for improving wayfinding even on your evidence. But allied with that, we've got the route from the station along Fodderwick and the route from east-west on the retail spine. I mean, as a matter of principle, Mr. Lowndes, that the site on the corner of the junction of these routes, facing on to a large square in the town centre, as a matter of principle, means that the site is worthy of a gesture as far as height is concerned.
I don't accept that, no.
Well, the site would, if tall building was put on there, we can debate the height separately, but as a matter of principle, it would, you agree, mark the confluence of the east-west retail spine, the position of an important square in the town centre, and a route, direct route north from the station.
A tall building might mark that confluence, but whether it's necessary, I am not convinced. I don't think it's needed in order to, sorry, can I just finish? In terms of the arrangement of townscape, I simply don't think it's needed to perform that role. I think the composition of the townscape and the routes naturally allow you to read the town and to navigate oneself through it. It just doesn't need a tall building to fulfill that gesture. Other elements might be appropriate, and we've seen in the history of the town centre, public art has often done that.
Yes, but as I put to you at the beginning, that question of whether you need a landmark or whatever pursuant to the Ealing inspector is not the question to ask. It's asking whether the site is worthy of the gesture. That's right, isn't it?
Is the site worthy of the gesture? I think the site is worthy of a proper and thorough consideration of what can be drawn from the character of the existing town centre. That's what I think the site's worthy of. I don't think it's necessary to have to build a kind of an approach to urban design that is based upon the necessity of having a tall element to undertake that role.
Just going to leave it. So, just want to agree then that as far as the inspector's decision is concerned, it's relevant to consider intensity of use nodal points that we've identified and determining whether the site is worthy of the gesture. Relevant to consider the confluence of the east, its location on the east-west route and north-south route from the station. Relevant for him to consider that.
I think they're all relevant considerations, but I think the most relevant consideration is how the emerging scheme actually addresses the more fundamental underlying characteristics which make up the quality of the townscape. And
And it's also relevant to consider if we go back to the Ealing decision at paragraph 29. There, the inspector refers to the nature of the site being underused and heightened housing requirements set out for Ealing. Council's feeling performance ratios best use really does have to be made at this site. Again, that's in the circumstances facing Ealing, we've accepted that as a proposition which should be applied to this site also.
I think the best use of the site, and we've had this conversation already, in the sense that the best use of the site is the optimal arrangement, which is ensuring that the best use, the density that's capable of being accommodated on the site actually fits comfortably and appropriately in its townscape context.
Now, as far as Martin Square is concerned, can we just take out the Essex Design Guide briefly, please? CDB 11. We go to page 54 within that document. Now, just to preface what I'm going to put to you, we know that the corner of the site faces onto St Martin's Square, and I think you accept it's the largest square in the town centre, Mr. Lowndes, as far as overall sense of space is concerned.
I'm sorry, can you just give me the reference?
Yes, page 50. I haven't got the paragraph yet. It's page 54.
Sorry, I've got to log in. It's shut me out. I beg your pardon. CDB 11 and
page 54. I think it should be the PDF 54 as well as the internal 54.
Okay. I've got page 54.
Thank you. And as I should preface the question going to ask, we've got St Martin's Square, generously proportioned square at the western end of the town centre, correct?
It is a large square, yes.
Large square, okay. And at 349 on page 54, there's a reference here in the guise, a suitable ratio must be established in the width of the space and the height of its enclosing buildings. This helps to ensure that the enclosure operates at satisfactory human scale. For an ideal relationship in a pedestrian dynamic space, the width of the space should be equal to or less than the height of the enclosing planes. Again, as a matter of broad principle, Mr. Lowndes, clearly the design guide is accepting that a sense of enclosure in spaces used by pedestrians is a valid design objective, isn't it?
Yes, I agree, and I think the existing arrangement provides an appropriate sense of enclosure. Sorry, can I just finish? I don't think it's necessary to have a tall building in order to generate an appropriate sense of enclosure.
Well, again, it gets back to this question of necessity or whether the site's worthy of a gesture. But anyway, if one looks there to the way that the Essex Design Guide has approached it, for an ideal relationship, the width of the space should be equal to or less than the height of the enclosing planes. Now, again, Mr. Lowndes, I mean, that suggests that there is scope, notwithstanding the other point that I've made about the east-west relationship and the conflicts with the north-south routes, for a degree of height to be added on this site to help achieve enclosure in the broad way that the design guide suggests.
Yeah, I think this part of the Essex Design Guide is very much more about suburban scale development. I think if one looks at the diagram above that paragraph, you can see that what we're talking about is two-story buildings, and what's envisaged in this guidance, if one scrolls down, the same sort of to the pair of drawings just below 351. It's about the sequence of spaces and the arrangement of sort of terraced houses, townhouses in a suburban or low-scale context. There's separate advice in the Essex Design Guide about larger scale sites, such as the Appeal site, but I think it's wrong to try and lean on this particular bit of guidance to inform consideration in Basden Town Centre.
It's the general proposition, Mr. Lowndes, you accept that when one is dealing with spaces as large as St Martin's Square, it's appropriate to ask whether the site is worthy of the gesture of a tall building to help with a sense of enclosure of that space.
I think it's fine to ask the question, but it's most appropriate to ask whether the site is worthy of a gesture of a building which is based upon the new town modernist principles that inform the character of the town centre.
I'm coming on to the new town principles and the questions of detail, but you accept the proposition that given the nature of this site, east-west, confluence of east-west routes, north-south, plus looking onto the square, there's the potential for this site to aid a sense of enclosure with St Martin's Square.
I think, as I said already, the sense of enclosure is perfectly fine as it is. The sense of enclosure can still continue to be provided by a different building. But I don't think you need a very tall building in order to generate an appropriate sense of enclosure.
Now, as far as height is concerned, can we take out the design review panel report, please?
Yeah.
EDC 2.
Yes, I have it.
Second page of the document. On paragraphs, unhelpfully, but if one reads down to the fifth paragraph on the second page, beginning with overall, have that part of the orientation session heading.
Yes.
Okay, so here is the summary of the orientation session open discussion. Overall, it's considered by the panel the emerging master plan and vision for Basel Town Centre is positive, addressing crucial design considerations and long-term vision. And then if one looks down under connectivity, circulation connections within the town centre highlighted strong between east and west. Noted that north-south connections lack presence. This was true around the connection with the existing transport hubs, including the train and bus stations. So that's the context what is mentioned. But then if one, in that context, one goes to the next page under scale, it says scale and density matters as presented within the draft master plan were supported in principle by the panel. The opportunities to drive density up within the town centre while ensuring this approach is sustainable on a commercial level is seen as important. Now, in general terms, Mr. Lowndes, it's clear, isn't it, if one's looking at scale in particular, that the design review panel considered that the scale and density matters as presented within the draft master plan at the time were supported?
No, I don't think you can take that comfort. If you read on in the scale paragraph, the next sentence says, a further review of appropriate building heights and placement within the town centre is now required to ensure that both existing key views are not harmfully affected, whilst creating opportunities for new vistas. So I think it's really important to understand that this is a assessment in continuing evolution. If we go down to identity paragraph, it says that whilst the draft master plan supports high density schemes, there are concerns regarding the lack of relevance and connections to the existing character of Basildon in terms of the identity of the urban area, responding to the built vernacular. Further review and research into what makes Basildon what it is today, as well as a full appreciation of the key elements from the New Town movement, such as form, would help define character and identity of the area. The importance of maintaining and enhancing Basildon's identity will be important to ensure development lacks, I think there's a typo there, ensure the development doesn't lack contextual links and anywhere place is created. So what I'm saying is that underlying the review panel's consideration is an expectation that further analysis will take place of what makes context important, what makes up the character of the town centre, and that is the driver for an appropriate form, rather than picking out a specific component of design, such as height.
Mr. Lyons, the reference to identity in that part of the panel report still needs to be read in the context of what has been said about scale. And can we just take up the draft master plan to see what they were talking about, please? It's CDB 5. And if we turn just to illustrate what was being considered, if we go to page 22.
Sorry, did you say CDB 5?
Yes. There may be two documents within that, sir. One is
There are, sorry, I've got it.
Yeah, it's the master plan, draft master plan which preceded it.
Is that the September one? No, it's the May one, isn't it?
That's right.
I've got it, thank you.
Sir, it's page 22.
Sorry, I'm still waiting for it to open.
I suspect it's another half-hour download.
Let's hope not. Got it. Page
22.
Sorry, Mr. Lyons, what was that page number again, please?
22. There, Mr. Lyons?
I am.
Okay, so there, page 22, the draft master plan, encouraging more people to live in the town centre is fundamental to achieving the vision for the town centre. The design of all new development will ensure sustainability of the existing context, meet identified needs, provide development on a phased basis. town centre core should accommodate a substantial number of new homes. Brooke House, prominent feature in the townscape, but identified opportunity for additional tall buildings to complement this. And residential development at the edge of the town centre should be lower in scale. And then one sees the plan that is being provided, including buildings taller than 8 stories in a central zone. And if one just flips over the page, one can see there an illustration of how the master plan, or an impression of what the transport hub could look like based on the principles in the SPD. And one can see our scheme's not entirely in view there, but in the top left-hand corner, one can see something approximating to our scheme with taller buildings on the site. Do you see that?
I do.
Yes, you see that. So we can go to other references in the document if needs be. Mr. Lowndes, but it's quite clear, isn't it, that notwithstanding comments that were made about identity, that the design review panel were broadly accepting the approach to increasing building heights that were set out in the draft master plan?
Yes, but the starting point for this is that the draft master plan has no weight as a instrument of town planning guidance. It's never adopted. And so the advice that's contained within it has no status, has no weight. And obviously that's what was being considered at the time. And we can see from that drawing on page 22, where the SWAP design access statement draws its own height profile analysis from. It just takes it directly from a master plan, a draft master plan that has no weight. So it's very difficult to rely upon this to give any credibility to the design that emerged. And I think that gives further credence to what the design review panel was saying, and it says it in subsequent pages as well, that the density of Pasden is still not present in a proper understanding, and that is necessary to inform the nature of the development process coming forward, including quantum and scale. So I just don't think that this is a document that is reliable in order to advance the proposals for height as set out in the appeal scheme.
Just to unpack that a little bit then, please, Mr. Lowndes. I think you accepted that the DLP were indicating a broad acceptance of what had been set out in this document, but you went on to say it didn't have any weight. There's no dispute that the regeneration strategy which flowed from this doesn't have any policy status, but it must be relevant, Mr. Lowndes, for the inspector to acknowledge that there were independent master planners appointed by the council which reached a view as to the scale that could be appropriately achieved within the town centre. That's right, isn't it?
It was independent master planners are appointed, and those independent master planners are now revisiting their approach, and we don't know what that's going to say next. But clearly the stage that we're looking at here was flawed and has been abandoned and is now being revisited. And the reason it's flawed and abandoned is that it's proposing a scale of development which is now felt to be inappropriate for the town centre.
Just answer my question. I mean, it's relevant for the inspector to take into account the fact that independently appointed master planners by the council who looked at the scope for tall buildings to appear in the town centre reached a view that the town centre could accommodate additional height. in a manner that was accepted by the council at the time. That's bound to be relevant, even if the regeneration strategy doesn't have any formal planning policy status. Mr. Lyons?
It has very little weight. I mean, it wasn't accepted by the council at the time. It was a consideration of design strategy in progress, and has been abandoned. It wasn't accepted. It never got any.
Well, ask others to
it wasn't adopted.
Well, the regeneration strategy that flowed from it was approved by the council, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that has no direction in terms of height or scale.
No, and I can come back to that later, Mr. Lyons. But it's clearly relevant, isn't it, then, that insofar as the independently appointed master planners were suggesting what scale could be achieved within the town centre, that the design review panel also gave broad endorsement to that approach as a matter of design principle.
What the design review panel gave a broad endorsement to was the necessity of intensification.
They said
but the underlying message that they gave, and they reiterated it several times in this in their report, was that more work needed to be done to understand what characterised the identity of Basildon, and that work, when undertaken, would help inform what an appropriate scale and height would be, and that work is now underway.
Well, if one goes back to the design review panel, please, the penultimate page of the document, under the heading Place.
I've got it.
Second paragraph under Place. It was considered by the panel that height and massing were approached in a strong manner. It was agreed heights shown were acceptable in principle. See that?
I do.
Yeah, so again, one can talk about the separate issue of how one builds in the character of the new town and Basildon's existing context into detailed architectural form and so on, but it's quite clear that the design review panel, as an independent body, were supporting in principle the approach taken to height and scale by the independently appointed council master planners as a matter of design principle.
Yes, but that support is qualified, and it's qualified by the next sentence. However, it was felt the proposals lacked an informed, consistent approach, which could be a result of the draft master plan not providing further guidance on a height strategy on a more strategic level, rather than accepting height as a matter for individual application level. So I just think you can't rely upon sort of a broad kind of endorsement of height, because there are so many other things which need to be done before you get to establishing what the correct strategic approach to height across the town centre is. And that broad strategic approach has to rely upon a better, more thorough understanding of what makes up the character of the town centre.
And as far as the regeneration strategy is concerned, the criticism was made in your evidence about the approach taken by the applicant. I mean, it's right, isn't it, Mr. Lyons, that as this work was being done by the council through the draft master plan process and the regeneration strategy, it was quite appropriate for this applicant to take that into account when formulating its own proposals?
Well, I'm not sure about that, actually. I think the applicant perhaps should have exercised more caution, bearing in mind the regeneration strategy had no weight, and in sort of leaning so heavily on the elements of the regeneration strategy that allowed the applicant to promote or the applicant felt allowed them to bring forward a tall building project is problematic, isn't it? Because although they were seeking to rely upon something that was in discussion, ultimately it was given no weight because it wasn't adopted, and therefore the reliance upon it is flawed.
Let's just make this clear. The regeneration strategy was approved by the council.
A regeneration strategy was approved, but not as a town planning document. And that when it was approved, it was not specific about height.
The document that was approved by the council, you're saying, was somehow to be treated as irrelevant to town planning decisions?
It's not an instrument for town planning consideration. It was not adopted for
any
purpose
time,
of consideration of planning applications.
So any time the council referred to the regeneration strategy and any decision that they were taking, they were making an error, were they?
It has no weight in town planning terms.
No, any time when after the approval of the regeneration strategy that the council was referring to it, and any decision they took, they were making a fundamental error, were they?
They didn't seek to rely upon it as a town planning document with any weight.
No.
What was the purpose of the document?
So the purpose of the document, as I understand it, was simply to identify the sort of broad ambition for change and intensification in the town centre.
Why then, Mr. Lawrence, would that conceivably be immaterial to any planning decision that the council was taking after they'd approved it?
I didn't say it was not material. I just said it had very, very little, in fact, no weight in town planning terms. But as a line in the sand at that time, it provides the position to allow the next stage of consideration of what's appropriate for redevelopment in the town centre, and that is what is now underway.
So you mean your evidence here is fundamentally inconsistent with the way the council itself treated the regeneration strategy after they approved it. I appreciate you said that matters had moved on with the new political administration, but after its approval, the council clearly took it into account when reaching its planning decisions.
It was addressed. Obviously, it exists, but it was not an instrument of town planning weight. So its existence is a consideration, but no weight can be attached to it in terms of the determination of planning applications.
Well, Mr. Lyons, we can return to this in submission, but I'll put the point to you that it's fundamentally inconsistent with the way the council itself treated this regeneration strategy, because it's quite clear, isn't it, that it was not treated as immaterial or having no weight when planning decisions were being taken by the council.
Well, it couldn't have any weight because it wasn't adopted. There was a sort of a period when it might have been given limited weight because it was on the route to being adopted with direction about height and scale. But currently, and for the purposes of this inquiry, it has no weight.
We come back to its status at the moment. I just want to be absolutely clear on this. Are you saying, Mr. Lyons, that insofar as the council had taken into account the regeneration strategy and any planning decisions, that they were somehow wrong to do so?
Insofar as they've taken it into account in planning decisions, I think it's fine for them for it to be acknowledged and to be a sort of a part of the background of consideration.
Well, just want to be clear, the background, I mean, it's either going to be taken into account and given weight or not. It's wrong for you to suggest, Mr. Lyons, that once the document was approved by the council, that it had no weight in planning terms at all, isn't it?
In its adoption, it was given no town planning authority, so it has no weight in town planning terms.
Can I just seek to unpick this a little bit, and so that perhaps we're all clear, because clearly it is going to be a matter for submissions. Mr. Lowndes, are you suggesting that there was a point in time where the document was a consideration in town planning decisions of whatever weight, and subsequently at the present time, so far as this appeal is concerned, it is a document of no weight?
Yes, sir. At current time, it's a document of no weight.
Let's go back in history, because the question was in two parts.
Yes, and in answer to your first part, it had some weight, but not very much in its earlier incarnation.
Does that assist, Mr. Lynas?
I think so, sir. I can move on now. I think there's enough there for me to make submissions on Mr. Lowndes' overall approach.
I think I've got a better understanding of Mr. Lowndes' position from that response.
Thank you very much. Now, let's return to the theme. The final point on this, Mr. Lowndes. I mean, put it this way. I mean, if this applicant had not taken into account the draft master plan and the regeneration strategy that was ultimately given some weight in council decisions, they would have been open to criticism for that approach, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily.
Well, without the benefit of hindsight, put yourself in the position of an applicant. It knows that the council has appointed independent master planners, presumably on the basis of acknowledged expertise in master planning, correct?
Correct.
It knows that it is seeking planning permission from the council, who are keen to regenerate the site, taking on board the advice that has been provided by those master planners, correct?
Correct.
Yes. It knows that a regeneration strategy is being prepared, which is going to be material to planning decisions going through the system, correct?
That's what they would hope, yes.
Yes. And in those circumstances, it was entirely justified for the applicant to take into account the advice that was being given to the councils on design principles by its own master planners, right, isn't it?
I mean, I think clearly it's a consideration that informed the approach to the design. But of course, what actually happened was that the applicant took what was emerging in the draft master plan and applied it directly to the emergence of the scheme without making the appropriate steps to that point, which would have informed their approach to height more and scale more appropriately. So I think that the fact that this kind of emerging draft existed perhaps blinded the applicant to relying too heavily on it without actually undertaking a more rigorous assessment themselves. So I certainly have some sympathy for them, but I don't think that sympathy is enough in terms of the robustness of their approach.
Well, we can ask Mr. Cafferty to comment on the approach taken and the independent approach taken in the DAS. Okay, let's move on then, please. The finger arrangement, first of all, please. Now, I want to accept for the purposes of my questions that an increase in height is appropriate at this end of the town centre. So we've had the debate on height, and I want to premise my questions with an assumption that one is going to be increasing the height on this site. I know you don't agree, but that's the premise of the questions, okay? Now, if in principle,
No,
and I
sorry.
agree-
So what I don't agree is the scale of what's being and the absolute height of what's being proposed. I accept that there's going to be a redevelopment, and that redevelopment will have some form of increased height, but I don't accept the form that is currently being proposed.
Understood. But insofar as one is increasing height in this location, you accept, don't you, that it's a proper response to try and break up the massing of any building at height on this site?
Again, I think the starting point that you have is wrong. I think the form.
Sorry, I don't want to get into too much detail. I think at this stage, I think the question invites a relatively simple answer. I understand perfectly from yesterday your position on the design of the proposed scheme and the approach. Mr. Linus, just pop the question again, please.
Yes. Breaking up the mass of the building is an appropriate design response, isn't it?
Modeling, yes, breaking up the mass of a design response, of a design is an appropriate response, but the modeling of that mass should be drawn from a better understanding of context. So
that's
I'm not
consistent with what you said yesterday.
Yes.
Indeed.
And doing so in a way which allows for the provision of amenity space internally is a sensible design move, isn't it?
Of course.
And breaking up the mass so as to allow daylight and sunlight through to the north is an appropriate design response too. Design move.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And as for other shaping moves, if we look at the DAS, that's page 109 of the DAS in the paper version. I know what your evidence is on context and the absolute height of the building, but I'm just looking at the overall approach here. As far as a broad approach is concerned, presumably you accept, Mr. Lowndes, that stepping down, moving away from St. Martin's Square towards Brook House is a logical design move.
It's only a logical design move if your starting point is the scale that's being proposed.
Would you accept the principle of configuring your massing to ensure that you are seeking to respect Brook House with a step down as you're moving east?
Well, I'm sorry, without wanting to rehearse what was discussed yesterday, I think the combination of the fingers actually doesn't achieve a respectful arrangement. So again, the starting point assumes a three-finger approach. That three-finger approach becomes the impacts of it in terms of internal amenity, external amenity, and townscape modelling are mitigated through the moves that have been made, but I don't accept that the starting point is right.
Okay, so I think that's understood. I'm just looking at the overall approach, understanding you disagree with the starting point, but you accept with that starting point, it's an appropriate design move to step down east towards Brook House, correct, isn't it?
I think there are many other ways of doing it, and this is just one way, and it's the way which the form of the proposal sort of allowed. I mean, it's what is proposed.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, if we look at more detailed matters briefly, please, for a moment. The question of architectural expression, first of all, please. If we look at the DAS, as we're in there already, we go back to pages 30 and 31, I think it's PDF, page 16. Here's the photography of the context, including buildings that you have relied upon to show the context of the town centre. And we can see there that there is a combination in the elevations of horizontal elements and vertical elements. We seek to achieve a balance between horizontal and vertical, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And within an overall sense of regularity, it's fair, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes. With some variation in it, but overall sense of regularity and pattern. Okay. Now, if one goes to the design of the appeals scheme and the rebuttal statement of Mr. Cafferty, goes to pages 54. 54 of that, first of all, please.
Yeah.
6. The first point I want to put to you is that in general terms, Mr. Lowndes, a grid aesthetic with a repetition in window patterns is an appropriate design response in principle to the regularity of fenestration elsewhere in the town centre.
As a matter of general principle, that is right, yes.
Okay, thank you. And we know from the committee report of the council, if we can just take that out, it's CDD4 is the latest committee report, but it appends the earlier committee reports. If we can go to PDF, PDF page 34, please.
CD
E4.
I've got the 18th of August report.
Yeah, so okay, but thank you. If you turn to paragraph 1.20, please, on page 34.
Yes.
Okay, and their officers are saying, in terms of the appearance, contemporary designs proposed using high quality buff brick composed in a grid-like manner. Raised horizontal brick band soldier course, either side of floor to ceiling height windows. Ground floor level, this grid is elongated to create increased double height verticality across the ground and first floor level. The arrangement of windows, doors, balconies, duet balconies, and solid dark aluminium panels varies across each floor, but with a general uniformity. And again, you accept that the proposal illustrates a general uniformity within this grid-like structure. Right.
Yes, but this is simply a description of the proposal. It doesn't form a judgment as to whether it is it's a description of the proposal in its own right, rather than an assessment of how it takes the characteristics of the town centre and addresses them in an appropriate form.
If you read on the rest of the paragraph, the design approach addresses the street well. The exterior treatment makes a positive contribution to the aesthetics of proposed buildings as a well-considered design response to its town centre position, context, and relationship to the wider setting of Brook House. Clearly, a judgment was being reached there.
Yes, I accept that.
Yes, it's plain, isn't it, that officers thought that the general uniformity created by the grid approach and the regularity and fenestration across the building was an appropriate design response which reflected the context. That's right.
That's what officers felt, and obviously that wasn't supported by members.
Well, it was twice before the current members. That's correct, isn't it?
Ultimately,
Yeah.
the committee refused the scheme.
Now, as far as other aspects of the treatment are concerned, if one goes back to page 54 of the rebuttal, this reflects what's been apparent from the DAS already, that you accept that the horizontal banding within Brook House was taken as a design cue as part of the design.
Well, that's what is said here.
Yes.
But of course, in the way it was applied to the proposal, we don't have that kind of sense of horizontality which Brook House provides because of the disposition of elements, both in terms of their form, depth, and materiality.
If one goes over to page 56, again, we can differ as to how strong or how successful this statement was, but you accept as a matter of principle that the design, through the use of the projecting brick courses with soldier courses used above and below articulate the banded elements, that there was a understood link being drawn between Brook House and the treatment of horizontality on the elevations of the proposed scheme.
There was an attempt to provide a link, but I think because the use of brick for the whole of the building, one loses that sense of horizontality, and because the grid of windows doesn't have that horizontality, then one loses connection with what the precedent is meant to provide, and one loses connection with that sense of modernist Newtown form. So I think maybe the attempt's been made, but it hasn't translated.
Well, again, the same paragraph in the committee report 120, we were looking at contemporary design proposed using a high quality buff brick composed in a grid-like manner, with raised horizontal brick band soldier courses either side of floor to ceiling height windows. Plainly, your view, not shared by officers or members who previously looked at this scheme, Mr. Lowndes, that's right, isn't it?
My view is shared by those members that ultimately refused the planning application. And I think if you look at how this plays out, I mean, there's an image on page 66, 67 of the main DAS. And I accept that's an elevation of one of the fingers, but I think it's quite helpful because in looking at it, you can see that the gestures, and they are only gestures, simply cannot be read in the coloured elevation there. One would not see the provenance of Brook House in that arrangement. One can't see the provenance of the grids that dignify the existing form, the modernist form. It just doesn't represent Basildon to me.
Well, the grid structure is quite apparent in that view, Mr. Lowndes, isn't it?
Well, it's a grid structure, but it's not a grid structure which is sensitive to that which is found in the town centre.
Well, we've seen the other images on the horizontality. If we go back to the page we were looking at, Mr. Lowndes, in the rebuttal proof, page 56, one can see there that the double height frontage in the retail has a clear sort of vertical treatment to emphasize the retail provision at that ground level, correct?
Well, I think again that was the attempt, but I think it's failed. I think it doesn't emphasise the retail. In fact, the presence of those very thick columns coming down to ground and splitting the retail elements up into quite narrow windows is not consistent with the pattern that one finds in the town centre. I think that, you know, we've identified the continuous retail facade at ground level, and that is not capable of being repeated here with this design. Similarly, I think that the precedent for this two-story double height element is drawn from East Walk, as I understand it. But of course, in looking at East Walk, one can see that there are horizontal projecting elements which provide that definition, and there are no horizontal projecting elements at this level which actually anchor it in its context. So I think it's a gesture that has not been applied with any genuine effect.
If one looks over at page 59, Mr. Lowndes, again, Mr. Cafferty can explain this in more detail, but the pavilions help emphasize the two-story nature of development and introduce their own sense of horizontality, which reflects East Walk.
Again, it's a gesture which I don't think is effective or generous enough. The point about East Walk is that is a significant component over a significant length, and the pavilions, by their very nature, are relatively small and modest. And I just don't think it does the job.
Well, we can see how Mr. Cafferty describes that in due course to understand the difference between you. And as far as materiality is concerned, we've been through this already, but if you go back to the design review panel, please, CDC 2.
I've got it.
Very much. And if we go to the final paragraph on the penultimate page, bear with me. Sorry, I got the wrong reference.
Is it the final paragraph on the penultimate page?
Yes, it said, Basildon was originally experimental in its architecture and placemaking principles. It would therefore be encouraging to see alternative approaches, e.g. to materiality continued in the regeneration. So clearly what the design review panel is saying there was that one should not necessarily be bound as far as materiality is concerned to something which is strictly in the new town as it stands. It's fair, isn't it?
No, I agree. That's what that sentence says, but I think we need to read on.
Yes.
Concerns were made about material choice. While it was encouraging that brick was identified as a key material that would introduce an alternative palette into Basildon, there was a risk of losing local character to what could be seen as more of a London identity. So the concern there is that the blanket use of brick changes the scheme from being something which is immediately local to being something which is any place.
The general point that's being made by the review panel was that it was encouraging that brick was identified as a key material. So in principle, the use of brick that has been proposed in this case was acknowledged as being that as a key material was something that the design review panel was supportive of.
Yeah, I think using it as a key material is different from using it as the only material.
We know from the scheme, Mr. Lowndes, that the pavilions, for example, draw on public art elsewhere in the town centre too, as part of the materiality, the metal materiality of their architecture expression, don't we?
Well, I'm not sure how much reliance we should place upon the provenance of the pavilion gridded metal cladding based upon a piece of art called the Pineapple, which no longer exists, by the way. I just don't see the pineapple in the pavilions. So yes, brick is not the only material, but it's the predominant material, and there is some metal mesh in the pavilions. But
Yes, a key material. Okay. Now,
again,
again,
it's a loose and badly applied gesture, I think.
well, you accept that there has been a nod to the materiality of public art as a feature of the character of Basel Town Centre.
Sorry, a nod to
The treatment of public art as a feature of Basel Town Centre in the pavilions.
it's the very, very, very faintest of nods, I'm afraid.
Now,
Just
nearing
to
the
remind,
end-
sorry, just a reminder of
Yes.
the time. It's 10:45. So if within the next 5 minutes or so at a convenient point.
Yes, I've got one point I can raise and then take a break. So I'll keep
That's
an eye on
fine.
the clock.
Yes, thank you.
As far as the continuity of active frontage, you raised a concern about security. Can we just go back, please, to the committee report we should have open, CDD4. And if we go to PDF, page 97.
Designing out crime, yes.
Yes, and paragraphs 5.185 on refer to secured by design, Essex Police designing out crime to be consulted throughout the application process, sought to address issues related to landscape and boundary delineation of the roof gardens, balcony design, and so on. And then 5.187 provided improved glazing specifications to ground floor frontages related to the nighttime economy to ensure crowded places are protected from the effects of blast and so on. No evidence that any concern was being expressed by the designing out crime team about recesses within the frontage, Mr. Lowndes.
I accept that.
Thank you very much. And if we go back to, okay, that's fine for my purposes.
Thank you.
All right, so that's probably a convenient moment. I've only got about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so left, but obviously if you want to take some time now, that's entirely right.
I think it's appropriate just to have a few more minutes into the lead into 11 o'clock. It is 10:47. So I'll break and we will return at 11:20, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just check that Mr. Hill is present to hear the remainder of cross-examination?
I am here, sir.
Thank you
I've
very
just
much.
Temporarily lost my control of the video.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that reassurance. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Lyness, if you'd like to complete your cross-examination, please.
Thank you very much. Right, final series of questions, Mr. Lyons. Can we just take up, please, your proof of evidence? And go to page 57, paragraph 7.17, please.
Yes.
You say there, paragraph 134 introduces a new test development should be well designed. See that?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I think it's fair to say in general terms, isn't it, Mr. Lowndes, that there's no new test in
No.
the NPPF about development needing to be well designed?
No, I think sorry, I beg your pardon. That's not clear. The new test is that beauty should be part of the consideration of whether something is well designed.
Right. Now, as far as this reference to beauty is concerned, please, can we just take up the Ealing appeal decision again, please?
Yes.
Okay, and we go to paragraph 23, please.
I have it.
And there the inspector is dealing with the concept of beauty, and he says, "Readers believe something of a tension between identifying a building as exemplary piece of design, which is an objective finding based on established architectural principles, and adorning a building with the epithet beautiful, which is a subjective one. To my mind, my finding the building would attain a very high or exemplary standard of design is sufficient to justify a conclusion the proposal does not fall foul of government advice on the subject in the framework of the National Design Guides and the National Model Design Code." So there, the inspector is saying, Mr. Lowndes, that insofar as the policy now refers to this question of beauty, that doesn't change the fundamental approach to finding that one has to have a very high standard of design, and that would be sufficient to amount to compliance with policy. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, I think the only way that we can measure beauty is through the application of the policy regime. And if a scheme is deemed to comply with policy in all its facets, then you can say it's beautiful.
Well, so you're in short content to accept, you agree with the way the inspector has approached the issue, that this notion of beauty doesn't of itself add anything to the task that is required in looking at something well designed.
It doesn't add anything to the task, but it does emphasize the government's interest in making sure that places are created to be beautiful and sustainable. And I think that just raises the level of expectation of how good a building should be in its context.
Well, it doesn't change the overall approach. So if the inspector reaches the view that this proposal is well designed on an application of other aspects of the policy, he can therefore find that this reference to beauty is nonetheless is also met. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you very much. As far as the position of the council is concerned, the approach that was taken by members most recently, I think, as you have accepted, that there hadn't been any change as far as policy is concerned to the fundamental test that schemes had to be well designed. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And there obviously hadn't been any change to the proposal since members approved and then changed their position following the new political administration. That's right, isn't it?
There's been no change in design since members originally resolved to approve, but subsequently refused the scheme.
Yes. And no material change to the context on the ground either.
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. So I think, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Lowndes, particularly given the way that we're looking at the policy test now, that there hadn't been a material change of circumstances between the decisions made by members originally and then members in the most recent position?
I think perhaps maybe the only change is an enhanced appreciation of what makes Basildon distinctive and characterful by members.
There hadn't been any material change of circumstances, either on the ground or in policy.
No physical changes and no changes to policy, maybe some changes to the way that members consider a scheme in the context of policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowndes. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. If we move on to Mr. Hill, Mr. Edwards, did you have time during the adjournment to look at the documents that have been submitted?
I did, sir.
And Mr. Lowndes?
I did as well, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, on that basis, we can continue with your cross-examination, please.
Thank you very much. So can I just check that everyone can hear me clearly?
I can. Yes. Thank you.
So I don't know who's using hard copy documents and who's using the electronic library, but just if it's helpful to give a heads up in terms of the documents I'll refer to, there isn't anything surprising. All of the documents that Mr. Lowndes has spoken to, Mr. Jackson's appendices and Ms. Markham's appendices, quite a large collation there, CDB 14, which is the 5-year housing land supply report, and ID 13. I should make it clear in relation to ID 13 that I don't intend to put line by line that report. It was simply to help with the background and ensure everyone was informed as to the 2018 proposals. So I hope people I hope there isn't any expectation I'm going to trawl through it in a lot of detail. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Obviously, there's an obligation on us to crack on and make sure that we get you finished, let's hope today and maybe even by lunchtime. Now, can I just deal with a few introductory points, please, if you'll be kind enough to assist me? Looking really at your main proof, just understanding your perspective and your involvement in consideration of Basildon Town Centre. You tell us at 112 of your main proof on page 3 that you were approached by the council in late August of this year regarding the possibility of providing some evidence on these proposals, the Orwell's proposals, and then you tell us in 113 that you did effectively your due diligence and looked at the site and inspected the plans and drawings as one would expect. And I assume, having been approached originally in late August, that meant you were instructed and accepted the instruction at the beginning of September.
Yes, it's all very prompt and quick. Yeah.
Yes, understood. And you had to act quickly because proofs were due in the early part of October, and here we all are in the early part of November. Can I just understand, did you have any previous involvement with considering Basildon Town Centre in the context of schemes for its development or redevelopment?
No.
So I couldn't hear that.
No.
Thank you.
No previous involvement.
Hello. And you say in 114 that you're not instructed to deal with the form, height, scale and massing of the other major town centre planning applications, but I think you updated that in your oral evidence in chief to tell us that you were now instructed in respect of the infrared Eastgate proposals. Have I got that right?
Correct. That instruction has only just come through and I haven't begun the work on that.
And then can I just understand, are you also instructed to undertake any other work for the council in connection with the new revised regeneration strategy?
No, I'm not.
So that's being undertaken by others?
I assume so.
Have the results of any of that work been shared with you?
No.
Thank you. In relation to your proof of evidence, I understand, is your own work, yes?
Yes.
and with it comes the A3 townscape assessment document. And is that also your own work?
It was my own work and done in collaboration with a colleague under my instruction.
Thank you. But there's a great deal of overlap, as anyone who's read both the documents
Yes.
will be aware. And I assume you accept responsibility for the contents of both documents.
I do.
Thank you. And then we've got your rebuttal proof. And looking quickly at that, paragraph 1.1 on page 1, you say you haven't addressed every point which is in dispute arising from the evidence of the appellant. You then go on to make a series of points about, largely about Mr. Cafferty's evidence, but also about some of the other aspects of the appellant's case. You don't mention there Ms. Markham's evidence. Indeed, you don't refer to it at all. Were you provided with that and instructed to consider that and include any points of rebuttal to Ms. Markham in your rebuttal proof?
I was provided with the documentation, but I felt that there was, in consideration of what was written in evidence, there was no need for any rebuttal from me.
Thank you. And then, of course, we've got your addendum note that came on the eve of the opening of the inquiry, which has a number of documents appended. I don't think there's anything there that couldn't have been provided earlier as part of your either main proof or your rebuttal evidence, is there?
No, this is prompted by Ms. Markham's rebuttal. So it was a question of responding to the documents that she provided in that rebuttal.
Understood. Thank you for that. Well, I will just come in due course to ask you a few questions about that towards the end of the series of questions I've got for you. You didn't say anything much about that in your oral evidence and treatment. I just want to be clear what you're saying about the documents now that they're in, but we can come to that in due course. And thank you for your clarification, Mr. Lowndes, in relation to those documents. Your experience, you tell us other schemes in which you've been involved, 1Cs, 110, that you've had to consider tall structures elsewhere, tall building components, including Paddington Green, which will be familiar to many members of the bar. You were, I think, promoting the tower at Paddington Green. Is that right, when you were with Turley's?
Yes, the tower at Paddington Green, at Chalk Farm and at Somerstown.
Yeah.
And at Deptford. And Swiss Cottage, in fact, yes.
Oh.
Most
and much of that experience will have involved consideration of the setting of the proposals in relation to multiple listed buildings and other heritage assets. I'm sorry, the problem is at my end, Mr. Lowndes, I can't always hear you. So if you just speak up a little bit.
correct.
That was yes, wasn't it? Thank you. Now, my cross-examination is only going to deal with contextual issues, and I'm not going to cover anything in relation to the details of the scheme, and I'm not going to trespass on the points that have already been covered by Mr. Linus, unless it's necessary to do so, just to set up the question I've got for you. So I'm afraid it may appear slightly disjointed, Mr. Lowndes and Sir, but you'll understand that is the only way to proceed when one cross-examines second.
Indeed.
Your evidence, Mr. Lowndes, is focused very heavily upon townscape matters, but you're also, I think it's right, isn't it? You're the only witness for the council who addresses the other issues and who conducts the balancing exercise, which you approach in section 7 of your proof, of your main proof.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's really pages 50, 55 to 57 at the very end, the tailpiece, as it were, of your proof, where you come to those matters. And I'll just to allow you to familiarize yourself with those again, we just look to pages 55 really to 57. You set out there the tilted balance, the benefits of the scheme at the bottom of the page, and then weighing the balance and conclusions on the next page, running up to the final page 57. And your consideration of the weight to be attached to the provision of new housing at Basildon is really confined, isn't it, to one paragraph, 7.12 at the foot of page 55.
That's correct.
Yeah. I must say, I haven't seen any other discussion of these issues. There's no discussion in your proof of the scale of the 5-year housing land supply shortfall, the scale of the failure of the housing delivery test, no discussion of the scale of the housing crisis in your council's area, or the availability of other sources of supply to meet needs, is there? There isn't any discussion of any of those matters.
That's right.
Why not?
Because my instructions were quite clear. The scale of the housing crisis in general terms is understood and accepted. And my instructions asked me to look specifically at the townscape issues arising from the proposals and then weigh those into the balance.
So you weren't, in other words, you weren't instructed to look in any more detail than is set out at paragraph 712 of your main proof at those issues of housing need.
That's right. It's very clear from my paragraph at 712 how much weight should be given to the positive aspects of the proposal in relation to the provision of housing.
Yeah. I've got the one-liner in paragraph 712. What I'm asking for is any more detail underlying it and what it was that you had in mind when you were writing paragraph 712. And there isn't anything to help me on that point in your proof, is there, Mr. Lyons?
That's right.
And you accept that Basildon is a greenbelt authority with a vast majority of its undeveloped land outside urban areas designated greenbelt.
That's right.
Yeah. And that means, doesn't it, that it's vitally important to optimize the delivery of housing from previously developed land so as to minimize the need for greenbelt release.
That is right.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, you will have heard from the submissions that have been made that the council is contending that it only has a 3.5-year housing land supply in the recent papers that have been proposed. You equally will have heard that that figure isn't accepted by the appellant or by the Rule 6 parties. I've already said I'm not going to cross-examine you about any matters of detail in relation to 5-year housing land supply, but all I want to do is, this is an important issue for the inspector to grapple with, is just see what that means, what 3.5 years or 2.4 years means numerically by reference to the documents that you have had placed before the inquiry. Won't take very long, but can you take up CDB 14, please? The reason I do this is, of course, that that 3 years, 3.5 years, 2.4 years supply means different thing. It means different things in different local authority areas, depending upon the size of the annual requirement. And I'm sure that's something you'll be very familiar with.
Yeah.
Just look at B14. I think I've got the right number. That's the 5-year housing land supply report 2021-2026.
Yes.
I'm going to just ask you to look with me briefly at page 6 of that document, where we see paragraph 127 that the annualized figure for Basildon is 1,210 1210 dwellings per annum.
Yes.
Yeah, at least on the basis set out in this report.
Yes.
And if the council is short by 1.5 years, then as a matter of simple maths, that means on its own case that it's short of something a little over 1,800 units of supply in the 5-year period that's being considered. Correct?
That makes sense.
Yeah. And if, for example, it were 2.4 years and it was short 2.6 years, then simple maths would take us to 2.5, let us say, times 1,200, approximately 3,000 units short.
Yes.
Yeah. So whichever one of those takes, indeed, it may be less than that. We're talking here about substantial numbers, aren't we?
We are.
And in the planning balance, the inspector mustn't he attach very substantial weight to the importance and urgency of addressing the unmet housing needs, which are represented by these numbers.
That's right.
Thank you. Now, that's it, you'll be glad to hear, on housing land supply. I've asked for a note just to explain the basis of the numbers on page 34. And just so everyone's clear about that, because I dealt with it without referring to the document when I to assist the inspector on day one. Page 34, this is the supply table, and it comes under various sections in the appendices. There are consents. Then Appendix B on page 34 is the town centre regeneration schemes. And I was asking about the first line in that table, Mr. Lands, and wanting to understand the basis for the 2,400 dwellings set out in the fourth column from the left, and then the basis for the 1,400 in the final column on the right. So hopefully I was clear on that, and it would be helpful to me if that could be provided by the end of the week. I hope that's not unreasonable, but it would be useful to have it before the weekend if it's available. Thank you. Let's move on to townscape matters, Mr. Lands, which is the burden of your evidence. And as I've already said, I'm not going to be asking you any details about the Orwell scheme. And the focus of my questions will be your view, as I've written it down following your cross-examination, that nothing really must challenge the landmark role that you see Brooke House playing in Basildon Town Centre. Is that correct?
Yes. Without wishing to repeat much of what I've already said.
I won't be asking you to do that.
Okay, Brooke House has a singular landmark role, and that needs to be taken into account in any new proposals. And that landscape preeminence, that townscape preeminence should be safeguarded.
Now, forgive me if I just try to summarise some of the common ground and then move on to the points that are contentious. As I understand the position, the council's case is not advanced in relation to Brooke House as a heritage objection on the basis of the impact on the setting of Brooke House as a listed building, but rather as a townscape objection based upon Brooke House's broader townscape role.
Correct.
Good. And we note just in relation to the heritage asset point that there's no objection from Historic England.
Yes. Noted.
I think it was also agreed yesterday, but again, forgive me for just trying to summarise the common ground, that Brooke House isn't found on the original master plans for the town centre that emerged in the 1950s.
Yes, it was an early adjustment, but it was an adjustment.
Yeah, and of course, as you've explained, and some of the documents before the inspector explained, the origins for the town set of Basildon, I should say, as a new town, date back to 1949, and there was a whole series of master planning that went through various phases in the 1950s, and buildings started to come out of the ground towards the back end of the 1950s.
At around 58, yeah, that's right.
And Brooke House doesn't emerge until 1960, with completion in 1962, correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Now, I assume you read the AJ articles that Ms. Markham has placed before the inquiry in any event in your background research for preparing your proof and evidence for this inquiry.
Yes, that's right.
And it's right, isn't it, that there is nothing in those articles, which are obviously contemporary, which prescribes a singular role for Brooke House.
That's correct.
What they do, what those articles do, is to complement Brooke House as a contrast to the other, and I use their word, dreary buildings in the town centre. That's the flavour of those articles, isn't it?
That's what the commentator said at the time, yes.
But as I think you just agreed, but just to make it absolutely clear, there is no evidence that Brooke House was conceived and positively planned by the master planners in 1960 as the only tall building in Basildon, or indeed the most prominent one. There's no evidence of that.
There's no evidence of that, but there's also no evidence that it was envisaged that any other tall buildings would come along.
I'm content with your answer. It was simply, and this I suspect was what generated the AJ interest, it was simply the first one, wasn't it? It was the first one, Mr. Lands. The first tall building to be constructed at that height.
I think what generated the interest was the fact that a master planning move was undertaken, which drew attention to the town centre with a tall building, and that tall building had a residential use, so as to bring life and vitality to the town centre.
Yes.
And it was a townscape gesture as well in relation to East Square, and giving a sort of perhaps a greater focus to how that operated. And
but I'm right, aren't I, that it's the first one, the first residential block, in contrast to all that horizontal retail development.
It's the first tall building and the first tall building with residential use.
Yeah, thank you. Again, trying to work through the common ground. Thank you for your help so far. There's no adopted policy, is there, in the development plan for Basildon, according Brook House any special status in relation to its height within the town centre?
I think that's right, yes.
And there is no policy in the adopted plan presuming against further tall buildings within the town centre?
I think that's also right.
Right, thank you. In relation to the marker role, and that's the expression you use, and I fully understand what you mean by that, the marker role of Brook House, you described it on a number of occasions yesterday as a marker of the town centre. Yes? It's marking the presence of the town centre, yes?
I'm not sure I used the word marker.
Well, I'm afraid I wrote it down on a number of occasions.
Okay, well, I must have done that.
Do you not take that?
No. I think its role in the townscape is very important in marking the town centre.
Marking the town centre, good.
Of creating a sense of place as one enjoys the sequential experience of walking up and down the east-west route and surrounding streets.
Thank you. In fact, the town centre, as I think appears from the background documentation that everyone's relied upon, it runs to about 65 acres, doesn't it? It's quite an extensive area.
Yes, the land within the
ring road,
embracing ring road, is a substantial area. Yes,
extensive area, and we've all enjoyed walking about it. Basildon House Brook House doesn't mark the civic centre of the town, does it? As represented by the council offices, the church, library, the theatre, and the public buildings on St Martin's Square. Brook House doesn't mark that civic centre, does it?
It doesn't, and that's because it has civic status. It marks the civic heart of the building in terms of its urban design layout. It doesn't mark the civic centre as subsequently built with the town hall, which is a much later phase of development.
Indeed.
And I think the master plan showed the civic centre in different positions at different times.
Well, you're right about that. Of course, the original master plan showed the town hall on Town Square.
Yes.
But it didn't come to pass.
Correct.
As with so many elements of that original master plan, things actually came forward in different places. And you're right that now we have the council offices and the sort of civic centre, for want of a better word, on St Martin's Square with the theatre adjoining, don't we? Yeah. So it isn't related, it isn't a marker of that civic centre, nor does it mark, of course, the principal point of arrival by rail, this railway station, which came 10 years after Brook House was built.
I don't think that's absolutely right. I don't think that on the basis that there was a deliberate decision not to have a railway station, that was in the mind of the master planners at that time.
Yeah, thank you. Now, of course, other centres are marked by tall buildings, aren't they, across the country and indeed in other countries? Aren't they, Mr. Lowndes?
In general terms?
Yeah. Tall buildings are often found in centres.
Tall buildings are often found in centres, yes, that's right. And tall buildings are often found in other new towns of the same vintage as this one, but usually singular or one or two.
You say that, usually singular or one or two. Where's your analysis to support that proposition?
Well, I think Harlow, I'm sure I mentioned somewhere, I mentioned Harlow in my...
You might have mentioned Harlow, but where is your analysis of all the other comparable settlements and the numbers of tall buildings in them?
There is no detailed analysis of that consideration.
In terms of marking a centre, as a matter of principle, there's no reason why a cluster of tall buildings couldn't mark a centre as well as a singular or dual or pair of buildings.
As a matter of general principle, cities often have more than one taller building. Towns less so. It's a matter of settlement, excuse me, settlement hierarchy. But yes, we find towns and cities with more than one tall building in them.
Yes. And as I think you've agreed with me, there's no reason of principle why a cluster of tall buildings couldn't mark a centre as effectively as a singular building or a pair of buildings.
In general principle terms, that's right. It really depends upon the specifics of place as to whether a cluster is appropriate or not.
Very well, thank you. Now, just one other tangential point, really. We've touched on your experience with tall buildings elsewhere and Paddington Green, for example, and the issues that can arise in relation to with the relationship between proposed new tall buildings and listed buildings, low-rise 18th century, 19th century buildings, conservation areas, etc. You're familiar with all those from the work you've undertaken in the other cases that you explain in your proof. Can I just take you to Ms. Markham's appendices, please, and page, I've got this in hard copy, so I do apologise to those who are following this in the library, in the e-library, but it's page 23 of 142 in the main appendices to Ms. Markham's main proof.
Sorry, could you just have that page number again?
So yes, I hope everyone's got it in the same format. I've got in the top right-hand corner, page 23 of 142.
Thank you.
I don't know whether everyone else has got that because I simply haven't tried to load a document of this size onto my system, but it's...
Sorry, I beg your pardon, what page?
Page 23 of 142 in the top right-hand corner.
And is this the heritage asset plan?
It is indeed, sir. Yes, thank you. So that's encouraging. That's
the electronic copy as well.
Very good. Well, excellent. Mr. Lowndes, are you with us, or are you?
I am with you. Yes.
With us is very good news. So, heritage asset plan. All I wanted just to seek agreement with you on, and I hope we've been fair in this plan. You can see the familiar location of the town centre and the urban blocks that we're all now
yes.
But they're very, very familiar with. We can see the appeal site. We can see the little cluster of listed buildings around Brook House and Sunken Garden, etc., stairways. There are also, I think, have been included here with the numbers 9 and 10, two non-designated heritage assets, which are the Church of St Martin and the Basildon Fartage. But that requires that is Ms. Markham's judgment about those structures, as they aren't on any statutory or local list. But one can see from that for this extensive town centre, there are really very few designated heritage assets on there. I don't think we've missed anything out there, have we, Mr. Lowndes?
I don't think so. I think that's right.
Thank you. No other listed buildings, no conservation, no locally listed buildings. I don't think Basildon maintains a local list, does it?
And not as far as I'm aware.
And no scheduled ancient monuments within that area?
Not yet, anyway.
Very well. Thank you. So that I think can be taken as an agreed plan. That's helpful. Thank you for your assistance on that. Now, we understand the nature, I think, of the dispute in relation to the role of Brook House and whether it's planned or not. and whether the clock should stop at 1962. Can I just ask you two supplementary points about the role of Brooke House? Could you, just as really as a point of reference, take up Mr. Jackson's appendices, which I mentioned at the outset, and turn to his Appendix 2, which is the oblique aerials, is really just as a reference point, and turn to, within those oblique aerials, again, I've got them hard copy, the third A3 page. I don't have any pagination on mine, but it's the third A3 page, which I think is the closest one to Brooke House. Tell me when you've tracked that down, Mr. Lance. This is Mr. Jackson's appendices, Appendix 2, oblique aerial photographs, third image.
I have the document, but I don't have any images yet. Here we go. It's loading. Sorry, are we talking about?
I haven't asked you a question yet. I'm just trying to.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find, identify the document.
It's Appendix 2. I got it all in the same.
Yeah, so
it was printed at the same time for me, so I got it all in the same.
Okay, it's right. Got it.
Appendix 2
Yes.
might all have come on as the same file.
Yeah. No, I've got it. It's the oblique photograph.
Yeah, and it's the third one, which I think it's the one that gets you closest to.
3. Okay, got it.
So you've got that.
Yes.
Really, I'm asking you here in relation to Great Oaks House, because there's some, let's say, some doubt in Miss Markham's mind as to how you're treating Great Oaks House. Great Oaks House is helpfully marked on this photograph. We've got in the right-hand, broadly right-hand half of the image, one's got Brooke House, and then Great Oaks House immediately to the right of that. You pick that up.
Okay.
Do you agree that Great Oaks House is part of the same urban block as Brooke House within Basildon Centre?
No, I don't think it is part of the same urban block.
Right. You don't. So, looking at those two buildings standing side by side, you don't think they're part of the same urban block. Which urban block is Great Oaks House part of, and where have you defined that in your evidence?
I haven't.
Both inside the ring road, aren't they?
Yes, I haven't specifically addressed that matter in my evidence. I would say that Brooke House is part of the urban block, which is, well, it's a singular component in its own right, but it's attached to that bit of the rectangular built form, which is the town square, broadly the town square estate. And I think that Great Oaks House is part of the urban block, which is to the north of that and is attached to an urban block of a similar footprint, but is the car park. And they are separated by each other, from each other, by a raised pavement.
Yes, I've seen that. Very well. Well, yes, you say they're separated by a raised pavement.
And yes, and I think they're different. They're parts of different blocks.
Right. So you would distinguish the two on that on the basis of what on the basis of the position on the ground, not in relation to views. You're
No, I didn't say that. I think they are distinctive in view terms as well as in the grid, the relationship to the grid.
Well, I'm quite content for the inspector to take a view on these points when he goes back and looks at the.
I mean, I think if it's helpful to clarify, Mr. Hill, we could look at that photograph in the swap DAS.
I don't think there's a need to. I wanted to understand whether you said they were in the separate or the same urban block. You've said now.
Well, I think
I've got the answer I need. And I'm going to let the inspector take a view when he goes back to the site. Mr.
Well, I think that photograph on the DAS is from a different angle, and I think it clearly shows a separation between the two.
Do you want to take me to it, please?
Yes, sir. It's the SWAT DAS, and it's page 1819, site and context. It's that first oblique aerial photograph.
Thank you.
I think that it's clear to see from there that there is a distinction. The two blocks are distinguished from each other. They are separate from each other, and they form elements of different blocks.
Both blocks within the town centre.
Both blocks clearly within the town centre.
Clearly within the town centre, yes. Good. Thank you. And then I think one further point in relation to Brook House. Are you aware, Mr. Lands, other than the 3 proposals now at appeal, are you aware of any other proposal having been advanced to, let us say, planning application stage for a building within Basildon Town Centre of a similar or greater height to Brook House since it was completed in 1962?
I'm not, no.
Because the inspector's seen Brook House, we've all seen it at close quarters. It's right, isn't it? I don't know if we just need to, if we've got Ms. Markham's appendices still to hand, we could look at page 29 of 142, just as a point of visual reference. Those images on that page, page 29 of 142. Do you have that, Mr. Lands?
I do.
Probably got your own photographs as well, an album of them. Isn't it correct that Brook House has such a muscular architectural treatment as a product of 1960s modern movement that it will always be possible to pick it out in the landscape and in the townscape and appreciate its origins and significance?
It's an interesting question. I think that although I agree it's muscular, but I think there is a degree of fragility to that muscularity, which could easily be compromised if the arrangement of taller redevelopments were to have the effect of it losing the space around it, the emphasis that it has, I suppose the spatial generosity in which it sits. And I think that is fragile, and I think it could be, and that quality could be easily lost.
Well, that will require a judgment to be made, won't it, about any individual proposal and those issues in the context of a particular application. So I'm not asking you to go further than that, but you agree it is muscular, and you agree it, providing it isn't tampered with, as the sunken square to the east was, its 1960s brutalist origins will always be very evident simply by observation of the building.
No, I didn't say that. I obviously, providing the building itself isn't tampered with, then it will retain its unique characteristics. But I do think that the presence of other tall buildings of an inappropriate mass form height could easily damage that fragile muscularity. The setting of that muscularity.
That's an interest. I think that might even approach an oxymoron, but I'm going to.
No, that's how I'm feeling at the moment. Actually, fragile muscularity. So.
Well, there we are. It's a good answer. Thank you. Thank you for that. and we'll move on from fragile muscularity, either Brookhouse or you, Mr. Lowndes, and turn to another related issue, which is the East Square. And really here, I'm just seeking to understand, as I explained earlier, what you're seeking to draw from the additional items that you placed before us in your addendum, attached to your addendum note, which you explained were responding essentially to Ms. Malcolm's rebuttal proof. I'm not objecting to you placing these before the inquiry. I haven't done at any stage, but I'm just wanting to understand how they relate to your case and how they relate to our evidence. So just forgive me if I just explore a few points arising from them. So we've got these two, I can turn past the list description, which is already in, and Pevsner, which I'm sure everyone would have looked at anyway, but you've got these two articles or blogs in Newspeak, one from Gillian Darley and another from Andrew Cady, commenting about Brookhouse and East Square in particular. I just wanted to understand what we are to draw from these. The first is a perhaps more general piece and quotes from some of the documents that we've already seen. The rather caustic criticism of the original layout of the town centre, pedestrian in more senses than one, which we've seen elsewhere on the first page of that. And then the next page is quite interesting because that gives a photograph of East Square, which I think it's one of the few images of East Square before the inquiry, showing what was there prior to the demolition authorised by the 2018 consent. And at the foot of that page below the image, there's reference there to Brookhouse falling into decline through lack of maintenance, poor housing management. And then top of the next page, we've got images, a further image of Brookhouse works being bodged, lifts unreliable, systematic rundown of the block. And then reference to at the foot of that page, the skeletal remains of East Square with the unlisted Freedom House, which we saw in that image on the previous page, having been removed, having been demolished, being replaced by the Empire Cinema, which we will all have seen on site coming forward. And then we've got some slightly similar text in Mr. Cady's Newtown Brutalism piece. I think we turn a couple of pages into that. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. We've got reference to, we have a drawing of Brookhouse, and then unlisted, we've got Brookhouse presiding over skeletal remains of East Square. Maybe they have been looking at the same source material to put their blog pieces together, but there's a certain similarity here. Beyond it, the unlisted Freedom House, now gone, seemed to be replaced by new cinema and restaurant, aiming to bring life back into a zone that was considered unworkable. So at this point, again, just want to understand what's happened here. The council has resolved to clear away some of the Newtown modernism and the Newtown movement elements at East Square and beyond, Freedom House and some of these other structures, in the interests of regeneration. That's right, isn't it?
Broadly speaking, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. And just, I don't know whether you can help us with the material that Ms. Darley puts forward. She talks about the cinema project having stalled, the company gone into liquidation. Is that work restarting on that? Is that going to be finished?
I think it's almost finished now.
Good. Your description of the townscape at this point in your main proof on page 9, you don't need to turn it up, doesn't refer to the demolition at East Square, the clearance of Freedom House and the impacts on the listed assets. And you explained this morning that you needed time to read the 2018 report. Is this something you've informed yourself about before writing about Brookhouse and East Square?
Yes.
Good. And it's right, isn't it, that the proposals that are discussed in that 2018 report involved the demolition of one listed structure and works to a series of other listed structures.
That's correct.
But that was all felt, the impacts and the harm that was said to arise and accepted to arise was felt to be outweighed by the benefits of the new development.
That's right.
Good, thank you. And you're not seeking to make any other particular point about that by introducing those two articles in your addendum note on Monday?
No, I mean, the purpose of the introduction of those two notes was to actually draw attention to the fact that there is a reappraisal of the value of Newtown architecture, even the ordinary Newtown architecture which surrounds Brook House, and that its value is being reassessed. And I think that that the importance of that reassessment is to draw attention to and focus on how the characteristics of the Newtown architecture can be drawn into new proposals where redevelopment takes place. And I thought it was very helpful, the report that you put in. If I can just draw your attention to, unfortunately, it's not numbered.
No, I'm afraid it's not.
So in the consideration of the impact upon the historic environment, which I think is 1, 2, 3, 4, about 16 pages in, there's a review of all the listed elements and their relative importance. And then on the following page at the bottom, there's a consideration of the East Walk colonnade, brackets, non-designated close brackets. And I thought this was actually very interesting because this is talking about the replacement of the colonnade, which I've identified as being an important element of architecture in modernist architecture in Basildon. This talks about how it's important to how it's been replaced with a contemporary reinterpretation, and that emphasizes the importance of the square as a destination, etc., etc. But I think there is recognition there of the relative elegance and distinctiveness of the colonnade and how it finds its way in a reinterpreted form in the new building. So I think.
Or do you mean the Empire Cinema?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a kind of a consequence of the reappraisal of the value of Newtown architecture.
I'll leave the inspector to reflect on that and reflect on Empire Cinema and how much it resonates with the Newtown movement.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your help on that. I've only got one further matter to deal with, and then we are finished. And I'm going to take this quickly because we've already had a series of questions about it this morning from Mr. Linus, and that's in relation to the town centre regeneration strategy, the Master Plan 2020, which Ms. Markham has included in her, or large parts of it, in her appendices, Appendix 3, I think it is, and I don't know whether you've got it in some other form. You may have.
No, I've got it in Miss Markham's.
You're using it in Miss Markham's. It's Appendix 3. It starts at page 73 of 142. I'm sure it's elsewhere within the core documents, but so I hope you'll forgive me. I've used this version as it was in my witnesses' evidence, and it was easy to do so. But whichever version of the Town Centre Master Plan 2020 you're using, could I just invite you to turn to the early parts of it. So I've got Ms. Markham's Appendix 3. Just to understand what one's looking at here, and I suppose page 80 is quite a useful, 80 or 142, page 7, well, the internal pagination of the document for those who are using a different point of reference. That's the page entitled Introduction. Do you have that, Mr. Lyons?
Sorry, I haven't got it yet.
Which is past all the introductory pages and the contents page.
I beg your pardon, I'm in appendices to Miss Markham's proof of evidence. Is that the right place to be in?
Appendix 3, Ms. Markham's evidence, Basildon Town Centre Master Plan, draft for consultation, June 2020. Believe in Basildon, and lots of Basildon Town Council logos. And then the contents page follows, taking us up to page 60 something, appendices. And I wanted to turn on just to look at it very briefly with me to see what was happening here. This is a substantial piece of work undertaken by commissioned architects, urban designers, input from Cushman and Wakefield on the estate side, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and it was subject to a full round of public consultation in 2020, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. So it is recent, last year, undertaken by a professional team of external experts, subject to public consultation, and we've heard the exchanges you've already had with Mr. Lyons on this, but just so I'm clear, if you turn to your Appendix 1, your townscape assessment, page 6, you touch on it in the last paragraph. And this is the sort of theme you've been pursuing today. It's paragraph 217, last sentence. You say the 2020, which is page 6, your Appendix 1, paragraph 2.17, last sentence. You say that the 2020 Master Plan Regeneration Strategy has little, if any, weight as a material consideration. Now, for it to attract little weight, Mr. Lyons, it must be material, mustn't it? If it's not material, it can't attract any weight. So for it to potentially attract little weight, as you suggest in that last paragraph of 217, it must be material, mustn't it?
Yes, I think it now has no weight. It may have had some little weight previously, as I clarified.
That's your case, and I'm not going to go over those points in that exchange you've had with Mr. Lyons, because I don't think that's going to be productive for the inspector, and we can make submissions on how to deal with this recent professionally prepared public consulted upon document when we come to do our closings. Mr. Lyons, thank you for your help, and sir, thank you for your indulgence. I hope I haven't strayed too far beyond my estimation.
Thank you. Miss Hall, then, please. Mr. Lyons, are you content to continue?
I am.
Thank you. Miss Hall,
Thank you,
then, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lyons. I can only apologise for the length of time that you've been sat there.
I love this. I really enjoy it. Give me more.
We've got some topics to cover, but I'll try and stick within my time limits. I'll try and make sure that we're done at 1 o'clock. Otherwise,
thank you.
Mr. Lyons, if you need an earlier break, please just say so. We're all aware that you've been there a very long time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the first topic is 5-year supply. Again, my apologies that you've rehearsed this a few times. What I intend to do, Mr. Lyons, is just set up the tests and get some agreement between us on what the tests are without seeking to answer those questions, because I think we've agreed that those answers and sort of numerical answers are a matter that will be covered in written notes. But if we could seek some agreements in terms of the policy tests to be applied by the inspector, I think that would be a helpful use of our time. Have you got to hand a copy of the NPPF, and in particular page 66? For those using core document references, it's CDA2.
I've got the framework. The reference, please.
It's page 66. We're in the glossary, and it's the definition of deliverable that you're looking for.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So is this a part of the NPPF that you've traversed before?
Yes.
Great. So we'll just take this quite quickly. Obviously, there are two categories that are specified in this definition. The first one, I don't need to concern us. That's about not involving major developments. I'll just push that to one side for now. I want to just have a look very quickly at category B, which is where a site has outline planning permission for major development, has been allocated in a development plan, has a grant of permission in principle, or is identified on a brownfield register. If we're in any of those categories, we can only be considered deliverable, can't we, where there's clear evidence. So firstly, the test is clear evidence. And secondly, well, what of? And that is housing completions. So if we're in category B, we need clear evidence of completions, don't we?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And just as a matter of principle, HELAR sites are not listed in category B, are they?
That's right.
It's obviously, it's not a closed list, but if the inspector is seeking to include something as deliverable that isn't specified in the NPPF, he's going to need some good evidence, isn't he?
I think that's fair.
Thank you. Just in terms of the definition of clear evidence, there's some help in the PPG. I was going to just point you, Mr. Lowndes, to it, but having refreshed my inquiry library, I don't think it's made its way to ID 14. So I don't think I can ask you to look at it. So I can only apologise for that, but perhaps we could just agree that if the inspector is looking for some guidance on, well, what sort of clear evidence, there's some help in the PPG that will make its way into the library.
Are you familiar with that, Mr. Lowndes?
I think I ought to look at it.
Yes, I wouldn't like to put the point to him in any detail
No.
without Mr. Lowndes having an opportunity to read it. Perhaps.
Do you
I
have
just wanted to-
access to it, Mr. Lowndes?
I'm sure I can get it online.
Yes, that would be really helpful. I don't want to waste too much inquiry time for what is a disappointingly short point. But Mr. Lowndes, if you want to have a look.
Sorry, Ms. Hall, if I can help, I've been provided with it by email. It may not have made its way to Mr. Lowndes yet. If you are happy and the inspector's happy, I can forward the email to Mr. Lowndes so he has the document readily available.
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you very much, Mr.
It is, thank you. And I've got the email as well now.
Thank you, sir.
So it's just sent, Mr. Lowndes.
Thank you. We're only three meetings apart, but it hasn't arrived yet.
It's probably got to. I don't really know how these things work.
I've got it on. I've got the PPG on the government website.
On the internet.
Yeah. So, do you want to draw my attention to?
Yes, if I give you a paragraph reference, you can probably sort of do a Control F for it. It's paragraph 68-007 within the section housing supply and delivery. It's under the heading, what constitutes a deliverable housing site in the context of plan making and decision taking.
What constitutes a deliverable housing site in the context of plan making and decision taking? I've got that.
Great. And you should see there's two parts to that paragraph. The first paragraph is in order to demonstrate 5 years worth of deliverable sites, ... And then there are some bullet points. Skip over that and start with the section which starts such evidence. Have you got that?
I have.
Great. Such evidence to demonstrate deliverability may include, and then we've got 4 bullet points.
Yep.
Great. I'm not asking you to delve into the detail of these, but just for the generic point, if we consider these, and I'll give you a moment, Mr. Lowndes, just to read them, the point I'm going to put to you is that they are all of a particular specificity. So they require firm progress being made towards the submission of an application. So they were looking for written agreements, confirmation from developers, firm progress of site assessment work, clear information about viability, ownership constraints, infrastructure provision. The first thing we can notice, they are really quite detailed points, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, not a closed list, but what we can take from that just as a matter of principle is what the inspector's looking for is firm progress, firm evidence, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I want to ask you, Mr. Lowndes, about 5-year supply. As I promised, just setting up the tests. The answer to those is then a matter for written submissions and for the inspector. So we can put that to one side. Thank you very much for all of that for one very short point. I'm going to ask you now some questions about height. So can we, for this exercise, have the 2012 master plan and the 2020 strategy? So Hans, that's CD B4, and I don't actually have the core document reference of 2020 strategy, so I've got it elsewhere. It's in
B5.
CD B5. Yeah. Could you let me know when you've got? We go to the 2012 master plan first. You just
I've got that in hard
got that?
copy.
Great. Oh, great. I'm trying to work from an electronic copy. So and my version, sorry, if you see me looking to the right-hand side, it's because my screen is over there.
Okay.
And my version sort of split, so I have to do a lot of scrolling. So apologies in advance if it takes me a lot longer to get there than it takes you.
And I'm working electronically on that as well, and it's on my screen to the left.
Yeah. Can we go, first of all, please, to internal page 27 of that document, which I think will be a lot easier for Mr. Lowndes and for everybody else.
I've got that.
And so if you're looking for paragraph references, it is 6.4.18 and 6.4.19 under the heading, the town centre building heights. As long as nobody's going to jump up and down and tell me they're not there, I'll just, we're all there. Great.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. 6.4.18 sets the context, saying the average currently 3 to 4 stories. 6.4.19 about the future town centre development should seek to achieve. Firstly, I don't think there's anything between us on this, Mr. Lowndes, given your answers so far to the inquiry, but achieve a consistent higher density character, although scale and massing should vary. So we're looking even in 2012 for a higher density.
Yes.
Yes. New development should raise the overall townscape height. I'll just pause there. So again, higher density, also looking for an overall raise in height in 2012.
Yes.
And the average proposed was at 4 to 7 stories at that point. So we just note, firstly, 4 to 7 stories, and secondly, an average, not a cap, isn't it?
That's absolutely right, with the caveat that the increased height will need to respond sensitively to existing context.
Yes, of course, always. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can we just pop over the page, please, to it's internal page 28. Paragraph 6.4.22.
Yes.
And there's just this is just to note, isn't it, that the Icon building is 10 stories, and it says, well, at the bottom of that paragraph, there's an opportunity to incorporate further similar tall buildings in that area that could be considered. So certainly 4 to 7 isn't treated as a cap.
No, it's not treated as a cap in the area around the Icon building, which, as we know, is peripheral and somewhat distant from the main town centre.
Well, it's
townscape terms. So the 4 to 7 average is extended at that specific location to something around 10 stories.
so just you agreed with me the general proposition, though, not a cap.
No, but it really depends on the context. But I think the fact that 4 to 7 has been identified is meaningful, because that addresses a sort of the sense of horizontality, which is important in the town centre.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just stepping back at one degree of abstraction, the 2012 master plan, greater density, greater height, just at a very basic level, what it's envisaging is significant change, isn't it?
I think it's acknowledging that there will be change. The degree in significance is, I think, open-ended. I mean, I'm looking at that plan on the next page, the illustrative story heights plan, which identifies 2 to 4 story height, indicative height for one end of the appeals site.
Yeah, so I just stepping back just away from the appeal side, if we can, just in terms of the document as a whole, what it's promoting is change.
It is, but it's promoting change in a quite a managed way, because if we look at that diagram, the height that it proposes is a dark blue, that's 8 to 12 plus stories. We can see that the dark blue is all peripheral, in peripheral locations to the core town centre. There is an identification of medium height, that's 5 to 7 stories, clustered to the east and north of Brook House. And we can see low to medium at 3 to 7 stories, just north of the station. So I think the generic advice that's set out that we've touched upon in earlier paragraphs is actually expressed in a kind of a master plan sense on that page.
I think that went some way beyond it.
Sorry, could I just ask a question? Just going back to 6422 to save me flicking through the document and losing where we are. Mr. Lance, can you just remind me which zone or quarter the appeal site lies within?
Yes. Sorry, just make sure I get this right. So the appeal site sits in the station quarter, but the Icon building is not in the station quarter. It's in the Southern Gateway quarter, and that's set out on page 19 of the master plan document.
Thank you. That's helpful and explains perhaps why I asked the question in terms of 6422 actually refers to the station quarter, but then goes on to refer to the Icon. That's clarified it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I interrupted. I didn't want us to get too far away from that paragraph.
So no, thank you. I have learned long ago that any question asked by an inspector is a good one, because it helps us all to know what you're interested in.
Advocates always say that.
So we can also note, can't we, Mr. Lads, while we're there, 6423 gives some direction for where taller buildings may be acceptable, and we can read that, can't we, in accordance with the plan that you've pointed to on page 29, that just shows a smattering of taller buildings ranging. Indeed, the buildings range, don't they, all the way from 2 stories to up to over 12 stories. So although 4 to 7 was an average, actually there were some at 2 to 4 stories, and there were some all the way up to 8 to 12 plus stories.
Yes, but as I said before, the 8 to 12 plus stories are all in peripheral locations.
Yeah, I've noted the caveat. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Just in terms of what this document was seeking to accommodate with that scale of development, can we just have a look at page, I'm sorry to go backwards in the document, but page 18, please, and paragraph 623, which should be a little table.
Yeah, I have it.
Thank you. So are you there as well?
I am, yes, thank you.
So then we're talking about quantum of development there, and we see, don't we, first line in the table, what the plan at this point was seeking to accommodate was for 1,500 to 2,000 units.
It says that.
Yeah, so that's the context, isn't it, for
Yes.
that range, for that scale of development proposed, is that's what it's seeking to accommodate.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move now forward in time to 2020, so we can put the 2012 plan to one side and go to core document B5, please.
And which version?
So I've got the regeneration strategy.
The September version.
The September one, yeah. Because I'm told, and please direct me if you prefer to the master plan, but I'm going to this one because I was told, we're told in document E2, which we don't need to turn up unless you want to, which is just the little note from the council that says that the Basildon Town Centre regeneration strategy, which is this one, was approved in its final form in September.
Yes.
And then this is the document that then is taken forward to a review. So it's sort of this one that we should be looking at. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm looking at page 11 of this document when we're there, please.
I have it.
Our vision.
Great, thank you very much, sir. So our vision is just in the first paragraph. Over the coming years, Basildon's going to grow to become the beating heart of South Essex, and we see it juxtaposed, don't we, with what I can only describe, Mr. Lowndes, as a really quite tall lot of development in the image.
That's the image.
Yeah, and just I mean, I can take you to another bit of text, but the proposition is that, well, the 2020 strategy, much with the 2012 master plan, aiming at significant change.
I think it recognises that the town centre is going to change, and that involves intensification and increased height. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted that basic point for a director. And we've got your clear answers on what weight you say should be applied to that. I'm not going to go over that. And what we do know about this plan is, by this point, it was seeking to accommodate 4,200 homes, wasn't it? If you're after a page reference, it's page 19.
That's right.
Yeah. So we've got a sort of doubling, more than doubling of capacity, haven't we, by the time we get to this document?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So the direction of travel is more, isn't it?
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. I've got some questions on direction of travel more generally. We can put the regeneration strategy to one side, and could I please ask you to turn up to core document E3? You'll also need, just under this little chunk of questions, core document E2. And Mr. Lowndes, your proof of evidence, please. Just what I'm going to do is go through E3 and just ask you some questions in that order, but we might be turning up other documents as we go. But E3 is the basis for this little chunk of questions that I've sort of got under the heading of direction of travel.
Okay, far away.
Great. I've numbered my paragraphs in this document, but they're not numbered. So can we look, please, at paragraph, what I've got as paragraph 4, which starts with the revised publication local plan policy R2.
Yes.
So at that point, and you did some of this with Mr. Linus, so I'm going to take this really quickly, but I just, rather than jumping in the middle of a set of questions, it's just helpful to have the whole suite. so the revised publication plan R2 target 2,128, and we know from the end of that paragraph the capacity that was informing policy R2 was based on the 2012 master plan, and we know that that's gone, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
The
moved
2012
on.
master plan is still.
Sorry, just the number. Sorry, I know the plan is still an SPD, so I know we've agreed on that. Obviously, that's not been formally revoked, but just the target numbers, they've gone.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and paragraph 5, what happened next was a housing delivery test action plan, which provided that additional urban supply was a key action. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I think you have agreed both with me and Mr. Linus that the direction of travel of the plan and what the council is saying to the examining inspector as part of the emerging plan is greater numbers, greater capacity in the town centre and greater density.
That is the direction. Obviously, that's all subject to the physical form that takes and its relationship to the context.
Of course, yeah, okay. And the just skipping down the rest of this document, we then get to paragraph 6, which is the regeneration strategy 2020. We've been there, we're at 4,200 by that point. We've done that, so we've agreed that's more than double. And now what we are told is in your 2021 action plan is still the same key action as the 2020 plan, isn't it? An increase in, yeah, so we're still on that trajectory.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to ask you a question then about, you say, well, the council's going to depart from the 2020 regeneration strategy, we're going to rework that, but it's any new strategy still has to meet those needs, doesn't it? The need underpinning that direction of travel for increased numbers, increased height, increased density. Those drivers are still present, aren't they?
Those drivers are still there, but they obviously need to be translated into a physical form, and that physical form has to be appropriate for the form of the structure of the town centre in townscape terms. Yeah.
Okay. And we've agreed, obviously, if it's not town centre, then it's Greenbelt. So that these drivers of sort of no supply, don't want to release Greenbelt because we need exceptional circumstances. We've got at least 4,000 homes to find in the town centre. Those pressures aren't going away, and any strategy just needs to address that within the ring road of the town centre, though, doesn't it?
Well, the town centre has to accommodate a lot of new homes, but the form of that accommodation has to fit comfortably within the character of the town centre. So it's not numbers at all costs.
No.
The physical arrangement of the intensification has to be appropriate in its form scale.
But we can't go, if we can't go out, you see my position, we've got a set amount of land, we can't go out, we've got to go up, haven't we?
Well, we can only go up as high as the form and character of the town centre allows.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Just in terms of the status of the new strategy that you've done some consultation on, I think E2 tells us that this is the sort of 4-paragraph document just from the Regen team telling us that you've done some public consultation over the summer. We don't have a document for this inquiry to look at, do we?
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to apparently aiming to go to committee in December and then to commence some consultation on it. So can we agree that any new strategy is really embryonic, isn't it?
There isn't a strategy at the moment.
Yeah, there's no strategy at all. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, so I want to understand to what degree your case is that developments like the appeal proposal need to wait for that strategy. I mean, you came a little bit close yesterday in your answers to my own friend Mr. Linus and saying, well, you know, it needs to be managed, it needs to, you know, we need to understand what the capacity is. Those studies haven't happened yet. To what extent do you say that, well, we should just wait for that?
I'm not saying that at all.
You're not saying that, correct.
That scheme has to be, this scheme has to be determined in the context of what we know now.
Yeah.
And so therefore decisions have to be taken about what is appropriate in terms of height and scale for this particular site.
Yeah, that's really helpful. In terms of what is appropriate then in terms of form and scale, your proof, I think, we'd go to a document reference, but you essentially say, yes, higher, but not this high.
Yes.
Yes. So is your position that, well, the height of Brook House, is that a cap? Because anything taller than that would compete unacceptably in your
No,
view?
that's not my position. My position is that any new buildings have to be substantially lower than Brook House in order to safeguard its role in townscape terms.
So nothing even approaching Brook House, that's the position.
Broadly speaking, yes. I'm not saying that it's impossible to have some additional height in places where it can be delivered without causing harm. But broadly speaking, I think the arrangement of mass and form on the appeal site needs to take into account the preeminence of Brook House.
And in terms of how we take account of the preeminence of Brook House, do you say that is only by being lower than it?
Broadly speaking, yes.
Okay. Can I just ask you a couple of questions based on paragraph 7.9 of your evidence, please, Mr. Lance?
Yes, I've got it.
Great. This is where. Oh, sorry, Sarah. Are you there?
I'm there. Yes, thank you. I'm on paper this time.
Everybody's very speedy. It's me that's. Para 7.9. Whilst the principle of development's accepted, the replacement building doesn't need to be of the height, scale, and form of the appeal scheme to meet development needs. In terms of a need, I mean that paragraph in terms of what it needs to be or not. Is that isn't, is it, Mr. Lowndes, based on any assessment you've undertaken as to whether without schemes of that height, the council can meet its emerging housing requirements?
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, obviously, we need to accommodate housing on this site, but at the same time, that housing form needs to be appropriate for the character of the place.
And that assessment there about what it needs to be in terms of the height scale to meet development needs isn't based, is it, on any assessment of viability? You've not said, well, you know, a lower building could easily meet our housing numbers and could do so in a viable way.
No, not said that.
No. Right. I just over the page 7.14. This is where you posit a sort of hypothetical alternative replacement scheme. I mean, we don't have anything, do we, on an alternative replacement scheme? I think we can just agree that the inspector's got to determine this scheme, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I've got one topic left, so which I think we'll do before 1. So
that would be sensible, and we'll take the break round about 1 o'clock and then come back to re-examination this afternoon. That gives a logical break rather than breaking now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can we put that just to one side then, and we're on to the 5th topic, which I've got as townscape, and for that, please, can we have the National Design Guide, which is core document A9. And when you're there, we're starting on page 11, para 41.
Yes.
Obviously, inspecting everybody else's. So
I'm there, thank you.
great. Right, so we are looking at what buildings have to do to understand and relate well to the site in their context. And we're told, aren't we, that well-designed new development responds positively to the features of the site and the surrounding context, enhances positive qualities and improving negative ones. I just want to pause on that sentence. So if we're enhancing positive things and improving negative ones, or fixing the problems but keeping the good, what it isn't is stasis, is it?
I agree.
Yeah, okay. So this inspector or any decision maker could identify things about Basildon or any townscape that they consider to be negative and look to make them better, look to change those.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And we're told, aren't we, if you look at the bullet points down at the bottom, that some of the features that we're looking at include non-physical features such as social characteristics, demographic, economic factors, and aspirations, concerns, perceptions of local communities. So there's a legitimacy in seeking to make change, to have regard to economic and social factors.
Correct.
Okay. Para 44, please. Again, the same point, really, and I think we'll just agree. There's no need to copy. It's a not stasis point, and it's not a facsimile point. We're not seeking merely to replicate.
No, that's right. That is exactly right, and it needs a sort of very well considered reinterpretation of the things which make the place special, in order to anchor a new scheme in that special place.
So does it come down to a little bit about whether the inspector or anybody looking at Basildon considers, you know, the relationship and the proportions of the vertical and horizontal elements to be good as it is, or something that could be changed either because it needs changing or because change wouldn't be harmful?
Well, I mean, I've hopefully made it clear that change can take place, but that the overall relationship between vertical and horizontal is safeguarded in some way, and that in raising the height of those buildings which are being redeveloped, that scale and height is modeled in a way which responds to the characteristic horizontality of the lower blocks which surround Brook House.
It's open though, isn't it, for a decision maker to conclude that it might be too horizontal at the moment, and in fact that was the original design intention for introducing Brook House as a vertical element in the first place, wasn't it?
It's entirely possible to consider that.
It's not your view, but
it is too
possible.
horizontal, but it is the most fundamental aspect of the new town modernism that is displayed in Basildon. And if that horizontality is lost in any great degree, then one loses the essence of the place.
And I don't think we need to turn it up, but Miss Markham's view at her paragraph 8.6 is she uses the phrase unremittingly horizontal, and that the element of Brook House was required in townscape terms for sort of good townscape principles, because you need to break up that unremitting horizontality. I
think as they made it up a little bit as they went along, and they found that actually that single vertical intervention pulled the townscape together in a way which was a kind of really smart adjustment. So yes, I think I wouldn't agree with the unremitting characterization of the horizontality, but I think together the two actually create something which, as I said, is of value.
And it's obviously it's a judgment call then, isn't it?
Yes, that's my judgment, but it's based upon a consideration of place and the characteristics that make up that place.
Of course. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Lands. I don't have anything further for you. It must be something of a relief to you to reach the end. So thank you very much.
I was enjoying it so much.
I don't have additional questions, thank you. So that completes your session then, Mr. Lowndes, apart from re-examination this afternoon. Can I just take a time check, perhaps, is it too early, Mr. Edwards, to ask you your anticipation of re-examination?
So it's going to be pretty short. I have 2 topics I'd like to explore with Mr.
Okay.
Take up to 15 minutes.
Thank you. And Mr. Cafferty's presentation, is that his evidence in chief within that sort of time frame, 45 minutes to an hour?
Yes, sir, that's the intention still.
That's helpful. I think on that basis we can take the full break. It's 12:55, so if we come back at 2 o'clock, then we can deal with those elements this afternoon and see where we are before 4:30.
Yes, sir. Perhaps that's the most convenient time to discuss timetabling for the rest of the week. We can.
It is.
On that. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Certainly. We'll review the timetable before we finish for today to determine start time tomorrow and just who might appear. That gives you the opportunity of conferring over the lunch adjournment. Thank you. We'll return at 2 o'clock. Inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Edwards, and invite your re-examination of your witness, please.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowndes. Mr. Lowndes, there are just two topics I'd like your help with, please, in re-examination. Both of them, I hope, will be relatively short. The first topic arose from some questions put to you by Mr. Linus yesterday afternoon, again on the same theme, some questions put to you by Mr. Hill this morning. You'll recall that there was a discussion on both occasions about whether the early 1960s revisions to the concept master plan, if you like, for Basildon Town Centre envisaged Brooke House as being a singular tall building or the first in a potentially greater number of tall buildings. Do you remember those exchanges?
I do.
And essentially, if I can summarize, I hope not incorrectly, your evidence in respect to that matter in this way, your position is that the material before the inquiry is not determinative one way or the other. Okay. The question, Mr. Lowndes, is whether that really much matters. If the inspector forms the view in accordance with your evidence that Brooke House now does play a role, an important role, in your assessment in defining the character and the sense of place of Basildon Town Centre, does it much matter, Mr. Lowndes, whether it was or was not envisaged as a singular tall building in the original concept plan?
Well, it doesn't matter because we have a townscape that exists, and in that townscape, Brooke House is preeminent. And that is the character that we are considering.
Thank you very much indeed. And on that same theme, please, can you help me by taking out Mr. Harris's appendices? It's the appendices to his, I guess actually his main proof, his only proof actually, and turn within it to appendix number 1.
This is the heritage assessment.
Yes, it's a heritage assessment carried out on behalf of the appellant and dated October 2021.
Yes.
When you have it, please, would you turn to internal page 17?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, forgive me, wrong page number. Internal page 12, paragraph 2.17. Internal page 12, paragraph 2.17.
Yes.
And can we just look together, please, at what the appellant's assessment is as set out in that paragraph? There is no denying the powerful presence of Brooke House in relation to Town Square and East Square, which it was designed to dominate, complement and captivate. In view of the low-rise character of the existing buildings around Town Square in particular, this dominating effect remains intact. Do you agree with that assessment, Mr. Lowndes?
I do, entirely.
And does that assessment perhaps give some basis for assessing the contribution that Brooke House was intended to have and does in fact continue to have in terms of the townscape?
It does indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Thank you. You can put that document to one side, please. And I'd like you, please, to take to hand the second document, which is document E3. And that was one of the 3 position statements that was submitted to the inquiry, along with the local planning authority's rebuttal evidence. You just tell me when you have that, please.
I've got it.
And you'll recall that Ms. Hall asked you 1 or 2 questions about this in the general context of the council's direction of travel with regard to capacity within Basildon Town Centre and its availability to meet housing needs into the future.
Right.
Thank you. And just by way of context, please, if we look at E3 and look at, it's the final paragraph on the first page, and like this all, I've numbered the paragraphs, it's paragraph 7. It's a paragraph that begins following a motion to revisit. Do you see that, Mr. Lowndes?
Yes, I do.
And without rereading that paragraph, essentially is the position that the council is still considering available and deliverable capacity in Basildon Town Centre in order to contribute to meeting development needs. That is work that is underway, and that matter will be brought forward and taken to a council committee in December 2021, and thereafter be forwarded as part of the local plan examination process.
That is.
Thank you very much. So, so far as 1 or 2 points in re-examination then, please. In terms of capacity in Basildon Town Centre and any modifications that the council may put forward as part of the local plan examination process, will the assessment of that capacity and those modifications need to have regard to what I think is now the familiar guidance before the inquiry in paragraph 130 of the NPPF that requires, amongst other things, planning policies to ensure that development is sympathetic to the character of an existing townscape?
Yes, it must indeed.
And if increased density in the town centre exceeds what could be delivered without harming local character or without maintaining the existing sense of place, would the introduction of a policy that seeks to deliver that density be inconsistent with paragraph 130?
It would.
And is this in any event, Mr. Lowndes, a matter for the local plan inspector and the local plan process?
It is.
Thank you. And then the second point, please, back to document E3 again. And would you just remind yourself of the penultimate paragraph on the first page, which is referring to the 2020 regeneration strategy?
Yes.
And you see in the second sentence, there is a reference to identification within the regeneration strategy of a potential to deliver at least 4,200 new homes in Basildon Town Centre. Just to be clear, Mr. Lowndes, from a planning decision-making perspective, is that a requirement or a target, or is that simply the result of an assessment of urban capacity that was carried out for the purposes of preparing that regeneration strategy and its precursor documents?
It's a number which has been identified in terms of potential. So it's a consideration of capacity. That's what it is. And
therefore, is that a capacity that is presently the subject of review through the work that the local planning authority are currently undertaking?
It is.
Thank you very much indeed. And then finally, Mr. Lowndes, and please make clear if you don't know the answer to this, but so far as the capacity assessment that is presently underway, is that looking only at the core of the town centre, or is it looking at peripheral areas to the town centre, including the area around the station?
My understanding is that it's looking at both the core and the peripheral area which surrounds the core.
Thank you very much indeed. Good, thank you. Mr. Lowndes, thank you very much indeed. And so those are all the questions I had for Mr. Lowndes by way of re-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, shortly before we resumed, a copy of a representation from the leader of the council was sent to me. I don't know whether it's been circulated as of yet, but it's a request that I should read it to the inquiry following the council's case, which is now complete with the evidence of Mr. Lowndes. So I will read it. I write this statement as leader of the council and as a third-party representation. This proposed development under appeal consists of 3 high-rise buildings that would appear as being completely out of character with Basildon Town Centre and the ambitions for the new design and future visioning of the town centre. This development would not benefit the current or future users of the town centre or the occupants of the new building. The recent changes to the framework around good design provided elected members with an opportunity to take a new look at the impact of this development, not only in terms of the external quality of the proposed building, but also internal environments. Following this review, the members of the Planning Committee did not feel the application could be robustly justified in its current form, as its approach to townscape and architecture and design was seen as one that would result in significant harm to Basildon Town Centre and impact future regeneration projects. This is a position which I supported by myself and other members. Whilst there would have been an opportunity for Orwell to submit options for a revised scheme, they took the decision to appeal. There were options put to Orwell during a without prejudice meeting with myself, officers and other elected members that change to scheme could be reviewed if this included a reduction in height and the assurance that all apartments would meet nationally described space standards, which this scheme clearly fails. This opportunity was not accepted by Orwell. The view of the Planning Committee following the receipt of the non-determination appeal in August 2021 indicated that had the committee been in a position to consider this application in light of the framework, that planning permission would have been refused, which I completely agreed with. The approach taken by the elected members of the Planning Committee and against the officer's advice saw the development clearly unravelled by the members of the committee, residents and other elected members. I believe the reasons for refusal should have gone further in addressing the true impacts of this high-rise living on our town centre. The reasons agreed by members of the Planning Committee I consider could have gone further to reflect the building's excessive height, as it only addresses the impacts on townscape and the failure of the built form to properly address its impact on the town centre, particularly Brook House, Grade 2 listed building. In real terms, I consider these buildings are just too high and poorly proportioned, providing the future residents of the borough with unsuitable living accommodation. My position is clear. This appeal should be dismissed, as this would provide the elected members of Basildon Council to have proper review of a new scheme that would meet the ambitions for the regeneration of the town centre. And as I said, in introducing that, that's a written statement on behalf of the leader of the council. Mr. Lynas, have you seen that? Could you just put your... It's not been sent through yet.
No, and judging from Mr. Hill's reaction, I don't think the other parties have seen it either.
Well, it was from the council to Mr. Salter. Let me just check the origins. Yes, from Adele Lawrence at the council. It's, I think it's simply sent to Mr. Salter. I'll get him to copy that to the party. Just bear with me a moment, please. We'll get that attended to. Right, I've just emailed him to ask him to do that. Do you want sight of it before you call Mr. Cafferty?
Sir, no, I don't need sight of it before I call Mr. Cafferty, but we will obviously need to, I think, respond to it, or at least reserve our position on how we respond to it. Not particularly happy at the way this has been introduced to the inquiry, if I may say. First of all, no warning it was coming. Secondly, the timing, it comes straight after the close, supposedly, of the council's case. Thirdly, a representation that's come in from the leader of the council that says there's third-party capacity, which is ambiguous in the extreme. I think my initial reaction is that that can't be treated as something which expresses the council position for the purposes of this inquiry, even if it's been produced by the leader. Fourthly, there are some factual matters in that relating to future regeneration of the city centre, which we may wish to comment upon which you've heard no other evidence at the inquiry. Fifthly, there's a reference to without prejudice discussions with the appellant, which I need to take instructions on, which ought not to have been referred to as a matter of form, even if any discussions had taken place. And it doesn't seem appropriate that the leader should be referring to any such discussions in any representation to this. Notwithstanding that it seems as if there are certain factual inaccuracies in what's being reported. So on many levels, sir, this isn't particularly satisfactory. I don't need to deal with it with Mr. Cafferty, but I do reserve our position on how we want to comment on this. It just really isn't good form for a representation to come in after we've heard all the council evidence suggest that things should have gone further as far as the decision of the council is concerned, because it's not actually reflecting the council's position.
Thank you. Well, I'll leave you to reflect on that, take instructions as necessary. Then you can advise me in due course how you wish to deal with it, whether you wish to deal with it through another witness or whether you wish to deal with it with a written note.
So I suspect it'll be through another witness, but we'll take stock.
Yes, thank you.
So could I just raise something at this stage?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, yes.
It slightly behoves me, I think, to respond to what Mr. Linus has said. I mean, plainly, it's entirely a matter for Mr. Linus and the other Rule 6 parties how they respond to this, subject to any direction from you. But so can I make it absolutely clear that this is a representation from the leader of the council in his capacity as an elected member of the council. It is not part of the council's case to this inquiry in support of its reasons for refusal. And plainly, sir, it is not uncommon for individual members of a council to give evidence on their own behalf in respect of a planning appeal concerning the council. It may well be that comments can be made about the timing of this, but it's certainly not part of the council's case.
Thank you. And I would always endeavour to hear anyone opposing a proposal before the hearing the appellant's case, and late as it may be, nonetheless, it's been submitted before the start of the appellant's case. Would you wish to call Mr. Cafferty, please?
Yes, please, sir. I'll call Mr. Cafferty. Sir, Mr. Cafferty is in the same room as the rest of the team. He's not in a separate room, but he knows the protocols as regards the presentation of evidence by witnesses. There may be occasions during his evidence when he needs help to locate documentation. If you see someone coming into the camera view, that's the full purpose for someone being in the view. We understand well what needs to happen, what doesn't need to happen when witnesses are giving evidence to the inquiry.
So somebody appearing in the background with documents will be just like the old days, won't it?
Yes, indeed, sir. Boxes travelling around behind witnesses on chairs next to the table. Sir,
thank you.
I wasn't anticipating introducing Mr. Cafferty again to the inquiry, because we've done that before the presentation. And as far as documentation is concerned, as you might expect, as a minimum, we'll need the DAS, which is CDC 11. And sir, if you can have open or in front of you the presentation that Mr. Cafferty gave to the inquiry earlier on, that would be helpful as well.
I have that, and I've got the DAS to hand as well. Thank you
very much. Now, sir, because Mr. Cafferty's given presentation of the scheme. I'm not going to ask him to rehearse or go through any of that again. And his evidence in chief will be focused on dealing with points of rebuttal in response to issues that have arisen through the inquiry, if that's acceptable to you.
It is. Can I ask him a preliminary question just for clarification? If he can point me to and/or explain the design detail of the horizontal banding to the building, which clearly has been referred to earlier in the inquiry.
Are you happy for me to do that during my evidence in chief, because that is part of the evidence in chief?
I am indeed. Would you just bear with me a moment, because my screens have gone blank and I don't know whether you can still see me or not.
Yes, we can see and hear you, sir.
I had this problem at a case management conference a couple of weeks ago. Right, I'm back. Fine.
So, I mean, if you're content for it to be picked up as we go through the issue,
I am.
we can do it very well. So that's very helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Very much. Okay, now, Mr. Cafferty, the first broad topic that I want to deal with is residential amenity access and circulation, a series of issues that were largely covered by Mr. Deely. And within that broad heading, please, the first topic is the resident's journey, which Mr. Deely deals with, just for the inspectors noted at 8.5 to 8.7 and 8.12 of his main proof of evidence. So a number of points that were raised there, and an oral evidence by Mr. Deely about his concern about the impact on the health of residents, as well as design matters relating to the residents' journey overall. Can I ask you, please, just to summarise to the inspector, by reference to any material in your inquiry presentation, what your view is, having heard Mr. Deely's evidence. Perhaps for the purposes of this, we can look at page 62 of your inquiry presentation, if that's going to assist.
Yes, indeed. So if we can, I think typically I'm going to try to use a single image to deal with each topic issue. So we've selected as the most appropriate image for general reference PDF page 62 on the inquiry presentation. So I'd just like to deal with the process, and first of all, just to discuss really from the front door to the flat, I essentially believe to be a very small part of any journey of any resident that may have come from either somewhere such as the station or indeed the cinema, etc., or the town centre shops. We are talking about a very short duration. I think most people, especially in the post-pandemic age, try to keep themselves in a little bit of exercise and are trying to keep up their steps. I know I certainly do, and I think, and I'm probably one of the elder people that might be in a development such as this. So I believe it's absolutely normal for a kind of journey of this nature, and especially in the BTR typology. I would like to address the comment that Mr. Deely made in his rebuttal about 7.5 metres being a standard corridor length. That is absolutely not the case. 7.5 metres is a distance that is used and designed specifically for fire legislation purposes, but I would say 90% of the schemes we are involved with have corridors in excess of 7.5 metres. And I'm sure that is the case with Mr. Deely as well. So just to then touch on the journey, I think the journey that when one passes through the building to the apartment, it's a very enjoyable journey. It's full of community interaction and indeed health benefits and walking through the landscaped courtyards, interacting with nature. I'd just like to again address the fact, as I've done in my rebuttal, that every resident going to their apartment will of course choose the most direct route to their apartment. The journeys which Mr. Deely has described are simply not journeys that will take place in the daily lives of any typical resident. They will, when entering their block at podium level, they will go to the lift which most closely serves their flat. The reason, just to clarify, the reason that the corridor is actually longer in practice is as simply as it's two joined up corridors. It's joined up really more for operational reasons. In a BTR scheme, there are service benefits which you can benefit from, ease of cleaning and maintenance of services of that purpose are likely to take place. But I think everyone's journey, they will typically interact with their own little community on their level, and that is typically 8 units per core. So as I would say, there isn't this sense of a larger, slightly faceless community. You have on your level, you have a group of 8 apartments that are likely to be being served by the corridor you are using.
Sorry to pause there, Mr. Cafferty. Part of the point raised by Mr. Daly was that, well, to get to these flats, you go through, I think it was 8-meter distance when you arrive downstairs.
Yeah.
And then you walk to get to your relevant lift, and then you go up in the lift and then walk again to your flat. Can you just explain whether you regard that as problematic, either in terms of distance or the nature of the journey, or even unusual?
I think it's quite normal. Certainly in my experience, I completed a development in Greenwich called The Movement 10 years or so back, where we used a courtyard access system at first floor level. So the distances that I have described in my statements and in my proof, as I say, typically a maximum of 15 meters at apartment level. You'll obviously use the lift, and to get to the preferred lift, again, you've got 8 meters to which you would share whichever lift you're going to, and then a shorter route on to one core and a slightly longer route of maybe another 10 meters or so on another. But I think essentially they're absolutely normal and standard practice. So I can see no issue with that process whatsoever.
Okay, now if we sort of rewind on the journey, as it were, points that were made by Mr. Daly related to the single entry point into the scheme, and his view was that one should really be looking at multiple entrances. What view do you take about the use of the single entry point?
Well, I think in the new world of BTR, a single entry point is becoming very much the norm for fairly obvious operational reasons. Multiple entrances quite clearly cannot be staffed. They can't all be given concierge services. So if we had multiple entrances in a BTR scheme, which will always have services, so there'll always be a concierge and there'll always be those type of facilities, the remaining entrances would be secondary entrances. So there would therefore be inequality. So I think the single entrance is the only solution that means that it is democratic. Everyone has access to the same entry point. It means that therefore the security can be properly maintained, because and further entrances, obviously you have the potential for tailgating and so on and so forth late at night and creating of security issues. That will not happen in this building, and I see the single entrance as having much greater benefits than it does have disbenefits.
Thank you.
And finally, obviously, with just to point out on their own cores, they will be able to escape and access the refuse from their own cores, and therefore they will be able to exit the building but never enter the building those ways. So I think Mr. Daly had mentioned in his proof that people might be attempt to use the service or the escape routes as entrances. That simply will not be able to happen.
So, just piecing this together, we've got the single entry point. Just to ask a supplementary question, I think another point was made by Mr. Daly, which was that, well, if you are elsewhere in the town centre, it's going to be inconvenient to effectively walk around the back of the development and access the single entry. Significant inconvenience for residents who would do that. I suspect you've probably answered this already in the way that you dealt with your first point, but again, do you see this as an inconvenience asking residents to walk around to this entrance as opposed to having multiple entrances around the building?
No, clearly I don't. I mean, at the end of the day, wherever you're coming to from within the town or the station, you get to your point of entry. It's the building could be 100 yards further away, so you'd have had to walk an extra 100 yards there anyway. It just seems to me you will naturally just go to the entrance. I can't see it's any kind of inconvenience in the normal life of a person to maybe, obviously if you're entering from the cinema side and you live in the northeast block, yes, you're walking past it to go to the entrance, but you're going to travel maybe 50 or 60 meters. Is that a daily inconvenience in your life? I certainly don't think so. And certainly from my own perspective, as I say, I would view it as an opportunity for a little bit of extra exercise.
And once one's in the building, there were some exchanges between yourself and Mr. Daly about going through the residents' communal space and then out into the amenity space, external amenity space, before arriving at their block. Again, Mr. Daly's starting point that he regarded that as part of the overall journey, which was going to be harmful to residents' health, which is starting point at least. And what view do you take about that overall journey once you're in through the front door?
I think as I said a moment ago, I mean, I view it as an enjoyable journey full of community interaction. The kind of interactions that really fosters a sense of community. And I think more and more, community is of increasing importance to us all in society. So that type of community interaction, which is really at the heart of the BTR typology, I think will bring significant benefits. And similarly, walking through the gardens, again, at the end of the day, you're likely to bump into people say hello. I cannot see any reason why you would see it as a disadvantage or an inconvenience.
And in terms of the space that's available to do that, suggestion from Mr. Daly, well, you've got 1,200 odd residents in the scheme. It's not going to be a particularly welcome place as soon as you go in through the entrance. Again, what view do you take about that space as part of the overall journey for residents?
Well, I would hope it would be reasonably well occupied, because I'd like to think that the residents will use the amenities. But clearly, and for most of the time, people live daily lives and will be here, there, and everywhere. So I just see it as a journey. I don't think you're going to be passing through a throng of 1,200 people. I think typically there might be, 50 or 60 people in that residence amenity space. And maybe some more in the garden if it's a nice day. But again, I just see it as it's all pleasurable as far as I can see, and certainly not an inconvenience or a disbenefit, certainly to anyone's health.
Okay, thank you. If we move on then, please. Another subtopic really that was being discussed in evidence related to the sharing of the service corridor, and perhaps we could do this briefly. Mr. Cafferty, it's raised by Mr. Daly at 814 and 815 of his proof. What view do you take about his criticisms relating to the sharing of the service corridor?
So again, anyone wanting to refer to that, that's in my inquiry presentation PDF, page 48. That's simply the ground floor plan. You may already be fairly familiar with that anyway. Essentially, so we have a 2-meter wide corridor in that zone. If you observe the plan, you'll see the corridor north-south on the eastern and western blocks is wider than the corridor along the top of the plan because you have that duality of use. I certainly believe the 2-meter corridor to be perfectly practical and safe, and I'm sure that all of the the operational side of the building will have the appropriate, will adopt appropriate management techniques to ensure that. The BTR advice, and the advice has come from both BTR consultants and market feedback from BTR operators, that is perfectly satisfactory. It would be possible to create a duplicate corridor of maybe a meter for the residents, but I certainly don't see it as necessary. But it's technically possible. Obviously, the central wing, you do cross the car park, but again, we will find plenty of people crossing car parks and on foot. And then again, I don't see that that's an issue. and indeed, in the normal process of design, all of these things, obviously we're at a planning stage now. Every building cannot be constructed without building regulations consent. And as part of that, you have to satisfy the environmental health group within the local authority as well, especially in areas such as refuse. So that will all, of course, be finalised in the absolutely and perfectly normal way.
Now, next topic, please. Unequal access to amenity. Again, from the inspector's notes, picked up in Mr. Daly's proof at 9.3 to 9.7. You'll have heard the exchanges on this issue, Mr. Cafferty. Can you summarise, the inspector, where you stand on this, please? With respect to unequal access to amenity, and again, I'm just referring to my PDF page 63 in my inquiry presentation here. So just to commence, and I think it is a comment that Mr. Linus made earlier, there is simply no scheme that you can ever design with absolutely equal access to amenity. You know, every flat is positioned somewhere different in the building. The amenity is positioned wherever it is. There will always be differences in travel. The amenity, however, in this particular scheme is spread throughout the scheme, and therefore it benefits all residents, and therefore it's a very democratic provision of amenity and all sensibly located. I also want to make the comment, and I think it was questioned earlier in evidence, that internal amenity shouldn't be counted. Well, I would just confirm that in my experience, internal amenity is actually considered probably more important than external amenity, for the simple reason that it can be used every day of the year, whereas obviously external amenity can only be used at certain times. And in fact, most BTR schemes are actually judged on external amenity. For those of you familiar with the London Plan, for build to rent, the GLA have brought out a kind of code requirement on internal amenity, not external amenity. So essentially, I think broadly the journey to amenity, whether you're going down or up, again, it's very short. I think in the extreme cases and the far end, the only one service core goes up to the upper level amenity. But I think if we're talking about a distance of 35 or 40 metres to get to amenity, if we were walking to a park in the town, we'd clearly be going a lot further distance than that. So you're bringing this high quality oasis of amenity opportunity into the daily lives of residents, rather than having to go and seek a park some distance away. Thank you. Next, please, can we deal with provision of balconies and amenity provision, please? Mr. Daly picks this up in various places, but 9.10, 9.11 of his proof.
Sure.
Now, we've heard a reference to the Essex Design Guides, which I hope we can cover without taking it out, Mr. Cafferty, but do you want us to summarise your position overall on all balcony provision and identify how you would approach the design guide insofar as it's been referred to already, please?
Sure. I think essentially the central theme in the Essex Design Guide, and it's the only place it says every home should, and it says every home should have the benefit of some individual private or communal private amenity space. Everything else beyond that is a case of you could do this and you could do that, but that's what it says every home should.
Whereabouts are you referring to? Sorry, just for the inspector's notes.
That's in 3.139, page 76 in the Essex Design Guide.
Thank you.
And obviously the Essex Design Guide does refer to 25 square metres of amenity per home. I think we would all understand, and I believe as did the council's officers, that you would not expect that. I think mostly the Essex Design Guide is written with a slightly different context in mind to the one we're dealing with here in that specific respect. So the council never referred to it the whole of the design development process, and I believe that was for very obvious reasons. Similarly, the National Design Guide doesn't require balconies either. I think, again, it makes more general statements about the provision. I can quote from it if you like, but I won't go into the detail of that unless you would like me to do so. But again, I think its requirement is around the provision of appropriate amenity in the same way the Essex Design Guide does.
And if we move away from the guidance, can you just explain to the inspector what your experience is and how balconies have been approached in this case and why, please?
Certainly, in my experience, most councils, and we're dealing primarily with urban contexts here, do not like to see balconies on public-facing elevations. That's partly for aesthetic reasons, because I think most people think that and most designers think that they create an unsatisfactory cluttering of a facade, but also the fact of, there's often shops at the base, etc., and having balconies isn't, overhanging that isn't necessarily a kind of great experience for those at street level. So my experience would be that we would typically not put projecting balconies onto public streets. I also think that in terms of the residents, there's certainly will be plenty of people who would have a preference not to have a balcony. Others will have a preference for a balcony, and the option certainly exists here to do so. I also believe that although Mr. Daly's said that he doesn't consider Juliet balconies to be an alternative, of course it is, because the primary function of a balcony is to give you access to sunlight and fresh air in the natural environment. A Juliet balcony does exactly that. It's not really envisaged as effectively an extra room, although it provides a level of extra amenity. but its basic function is complied with, I believe, in a Juliet balcony. Balconies that project also should be understood, and they are usually stacked, because obviously apartment planning tends to be stacked for obvious technical reasons. So if you have a balcony, you are necessarily overshadowing and shading the resident below you, who are being deprived of better quality daylight and sunlight because of your balcony. And I think then the other thing to say is, obviously this scheme is rich in shared amenity. The whole idea about BTR is to foster communities and to create togetherness and a sense of community. That happens because more people use the internal and the shared amenity component within the scheme. So again, there's clearly a social value benefit to the provision of shared amenity rather than just private amenity.
Thank you very much. Now, can we deal with a discrete point that was made by Mr. Daly in relation to the London Housing Design Guide, please? And this is where he sort of criticises the spatial planning of the scheme. And he quotes from the London Housing Design Guide recommending that cores should serve no more than 8 dwellings, as he put it, at 8.8 of his proof. Again, just to pick up this specific point, what view do you take about how the London Housing Design Guide should be approached here? I mean, perhaps we should just take out the document that was produced by Mr. Daly on the London Housing Design Guide, or it appears within your rebuttal, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay, so in your rebuttal, you cover this. Can you just explain to the inspector, please, how you've approached this aspect of the design guide?
Sure. So that's PDF page 17 of my rebuttal statement, and I think the point I have made, I've made it already. There is typically 8 units per core per level. The little highlighted section at the bottom of that same page, I've highlighted on page 17 there. It basically says that the ideal provision. Again, let's not call it standard. It's not, but the ideal provision is say up to 8 dwellings per level. Again, I'm sure every architect, including Mr. Daly and myself, have lots of experience of providing more units per level than that. However, it is nice when we can create those kind of communities around a single lift core. So the way residents will clearly use the building, they'll typically interact with those 8 dwellings. I've mentioned the joined up corridor brings operational and service benefits. Only those people though will actually do the journeys that Mr. Dealey is describing. The joined up corridor also, just to be clear, is not necessary for fire safety reasons. As Mr. Dealey implied, they can work perfectly well with single direction escape. However, I think there's added benefits of doing that. And I have mentioned also in my proof that one of the reasons is not just at the actual apartment level, but one of the reasons for limiting the number of units per level is in the process of entering the building. What you tend to do if you've got more cores, you spread the animation across the street. Of course, in our case here, that's really designed for when you don't have an active street level set of street level functions such as we do here. So our street is already highly animated, and therefore we don't lose anything in that respect. It's also fairly obvious and logical to point out that there are many tall residential buildings, and the design guide also talks about limiting the number of apartments in total per core, but clearly taller buildings are going to have more apartments accessed of an individual core, it goes without saying. And again, all just in my experience, absolutely and perfectly normal.
Just a couple more detail points, please. This one is really a point from Mr. Lowndes, but it probably falls within the same sort of category as the points we've been discussing. When he refers to articulation of the street level plan, there's a suggestion that it could raise security concerns because of indents in the frontage. Again, we've been through this with Mr. Lowndes as far as the secure by design approach taken by the council is concerned. But what views do you have on the criticism made by Mr. Lowndes there, please?
Sorry, I was just getting. So in my rebuttal statement, I've enclosed a plan at page 36 of 36 in my rebuttal statement, where we actually show and demonstrate, and this is a kind of diagram that was used in the Secure by Design review. So the streetscape is conceived to create a well-articulated frontage. It's got lots of visual resource and interest. It has also gone through a Secure by Design audit at which no such concerns were raised. And that's really because at the end of the day, there are no hiding places. So the recesses, you can see them from different direction, because the articulation creates quite generous recesses, and they can be seen both ways. And obviously, in that respect, Basildon Council clearly also expressed no such concern. I don't believe there are any concerns.
Very much. Finally, on this suite of topics, please, defensible space. Criticised by Mr. Dealey at 9.8 of his proof. Do you accept the criticisms about a lack of defensible space to some of the apartments at podium level, Mr. Cafferty?
No, I don't. And I probably take you back, sorry for the ordering of this, but back to page 17 of my rebuttal. It shows albeit a fairly conceptual excuse me, diagram of the landscape plan. Yes, it shows how there are specified conceptually little terrace spaces in front of some of the units. The units that Mr. Dealey is referring to obviously are in the central block each time. Now, I think there's different ways of looking at this in essence. So you can view them as being essentially like a standard Juliet balcony. So again, the same discussion I had with the Juliet balcony, you still have the ability to bring fresh air and sunlight into the home. It's obviously got green planting immediately outside. The defensible space, I think Mr. Dealey implied the defensible space had to be an external space. I don't believe that's really the case. I think at the end of the day, if the planting is designed accordingly, all we're necessarily looking for is good protection to the privacy of that particular unit. That can therefore clearly be achieved by the landscape design. However, I think additionally, and I know this the case, the areas that, and you see those in the lower plan, the areas that set down and used in all the amenity space calculations for the courtyards are 900 square metres. The actual physical area of the court of each of those two main podium courtyards is over 1,000 square metres. And the reason that they're expressed as 900 is to provide the flexibility to develop the design in those areas, just to provide some external amenity space, in the next stage. So there's a degree of flexibility created through the way that areas have been expressed.
Okay, so again, to what extent, in your view, Mr. Cafferty could detail design address this issue?
So there is plenty space to provide external. So in other words, create the balcony type situation, albeit as a terrace on the podium, without contradicting any of the expressed areas that have been provided for the scheme in terms of its amenity.
And perhaps you've dealt with this already, but insofar as Mr. Gilly says, well, this will reduce the area that's available in practice to be used as amenity space, which he regards as a defect of the scheme. Do you accept that?
Well, no, it will not, because we, as I say, we've got 100 square metres of flexibility in each courtyard. Balcony provision, as you know, is typically 5 square metres. So taking 8, and it was 8 flats per level the level he's referred to, that would only use up 40 of the 100 square metres plus flexibility we have in the expressed areas.
Right. Let's move on, please, to the next topic heading, please, which is architecture in response to local context and distinctiveness. I just want to run through a series of points under this broad heading, please. And the first one is Mr. Lount's criticism about a lack of explanation in the DAS to explain appreciation of the existing built form and context, how massing was developed, a straight to height point that he mentioned. Again, obviously you were not the author of the DAS, but you've come to look at this in your capacity as witness for this inquiry. Just explain to the inspector what approach you take to the criticism that Mr. Lount has offered, please.
Yes. Again, just as a point of visual reference, can I direct you to page 39? That's the PDF, page 39 of the DAS. So I'm starting from the premise that I know that Swap Architects very carefully.
Just bear with me a moment, please.
Sure.
I'm working from a hard copy.
So
So which
actual page is 76 in the DAS.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I absolutely know that Swap carefully considered every aspect of Basildon Town Centre, including the built forms, as one of the key characteristics. It is, of course, only one of the key characteristics, but I do believe they considered the extent of the original lower form as was conceived back in the days of the new town, and they also considered the extent of the lower form that exists now. And I provided 2 images in my inquiry presentation, looking towards Brook House, if you'll recall, where I showed you the image of the original kind of watercolor painting of the view of Brook House along Town Square, and then I compared that with what is there currently. And I think it's obviously important to consider both together, essentially. I do obviously believe at the same time SWAP would consider the site's capacity to accommodate change in scale. And in that, I also mean the spatial framework and the existing built form of the town. But they also looked at that alongside properly considering the ambitions of the NPPF to provide optimization in brownfield sites. That also means that they are therefore considering the broader needs of society, you know, in respect of the housing needs, etc., etc. And I think in that respect, yes, they came to a conclusion that the site could accommodate substantial change. However, they did not go straight to height, as Mr. Lowndes suggests. I think if we look at the design options that are on page 76, the very initial options that you can see, and actually I also know these to be just again a selection. SWAP typically produce dozens of these little diagrams that look at development aspects and development potential. But the top left-hand image is essentially a figure of 8 courtyard building. Yes, it's got smaller elements of increased height, but broadly it's a much lower scale of development. But it's a full figure of 8 plan, and that was clearly and actually, but that is still the starting point really for the preferred option that came forward, and it's been selected here as actually creating that, you know, that starting point. So that's just a typical courtyard block really with a couple of slightly raised elements. So then I think what they've done is through consideration of that traditional courtyard form, they've then effectively reinterpreted the original horizontal form in the form of the, and we can discuss this later, in the form of the base to the building, because the base has a strong horizontal linearity that we will look at later. And then I think essentially, you know, that again I've mentioned that's always been a reinterpretation, and interpretation is going to, I think, an important word in this whole inquiry, because I think what I see is Mr. Lowndes looking for very literal kind of replicas of what's there. I think the process with a good architect is always about, you know, research it, reflect it, but reinterpret it rather than replicate it. And that's what I see throughout this design, and we'll discuss that in more detail later. So in summary, as I say, it's very much not a process of retrofitting the scheme to the regeneration objectives as suggested by Mr. Lowndes.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to more detailed elements and make sure we pick up the inspector's point on horizontality later. Obviously, in your rebuttal statement, you have included at section 2.1 some further material. This is at internal pages 58 is one example, but it's the section 2.1 essentially starts at yes, from internal page 38 in your rebuttal. There's information provided about contextual considerations, and Mr. Lowndes' point is, in general terms, he didn't think that filled in any gaps that he saw in the design and access statement. Again, what view do you have about how the inspector should approach the information you've included in your section 2.1, please?
Well, I think and hope I have made it clear that the DAS, properly understood, and there's lots of discussion around who understands what, but in my view, it does explain the option process. Obviously, it's a summary. A DAS is a summary of a year's worth of design work with a lot of professionals in collaboration with the council, and it's only really the council that get a proper flavour of the extent of work that goes into these things, and obviously they were happy. But built form was always, and I think in the design process, only one of the ways that the SWAP design could respond to the context. There are many ways and many considerations of what constitutes local distinctiveness. I think I've explained how the way SWAP have embraced the architectural treatments is highly cognizant of the local distinctiveness in the architecture. So my rebuttal shows extensively how architectural treatments, detailing and materiality were reinterpreted from the modernist origins. I respect and or recognise the fact that in terms of architectural form, there is an evolution of form, but I think again that's essentially logical in respect of recognising what the level of the original horizontal form that now exists.
If we just take out section 2.1 of your rebuttal, please, starting, as I said, on page 38, but really page 40. Just want to run through this section briefly so that we can make sure it's clear what you've added in. So if we take out page 40 and 41 of the document, one sees there you've identified East Walk as a key reference study. Do you have that page?
I do.
Okay. Now we've seen this image a number of times now, including in the DAS. But I just want to understand what's happened here. So you identify that as a key reference study, and then over the page, contextual observation, East Walk, and just explain what the inspection should draw from the images on pages 42 and 43 in particular.
What I believe you see is a very studious and extensive process of analysing what are the best qualities of the buildings which make up that view. And I think it was always clear to me coming in to review this scheme that this image, or the contents of this image, lay at the heart of a lot of the investigative work that SWAP carried out, and you can certainly see they carried out extensively. We obviously know the original concepts were a derivative of the ziggurat form that appears both in Brooke House and indeed in East Walk, as you see on page 41 of that image. You see an extensive understanding of the horizontality at street level created by a series of vertically proposed elements. You see how the SWAP recognise the use of framing of and all these things I think have been investigated in terms of scale, form, hierarchy, order, or organisation, materials, and the layering of facades. So I consider it a very credit-worthy and extensive process of research.
And if we just go through these pages, we've got 44 and 45 as the ziggurat form original influence, which you described before. 46 and 47, the vertical organisation, and then the vertical zigzag on 48 and 49 before we get to the QRP feedback. I just want to understand sort of chronology here. There's a suggestion in Mr. Lowndes' evidence that, well, we haven't listened to QRP feedback on identity and incorporating identity into the scheme. Looking through these pages, we have the ziggurat influence, and then you said on pages 50 and 51 that the feedback was to promote the character and heritage of Basildon. Just explain in broad terms what the reaction was to the QRP feedback, please, as you understand it.
Yes, and sure, and it's probably just worthwhile just again reminding ourselves that the commentaries made by the QRP were in reflective 3 schemes, and indeed the current stage of process of the council's own master planning, master plan 2020 exercise at that stage as well. But I think, despite the fact that SWAP had very carefully contextualised their design as it was represented in the page of the QRP feedback there you see on page 51. at that stage, the design was developing this ziggurat theme that had been developed all the way through. And despite the fact that that was very contextualized and the process of a contextual study, I think they decided it still wasn't quite creating a solution which was maybe sufficiently recognizant of local distinctiveness. So what the change then that occurred was to take that concept away and go back to the basics of a more detailed evaluation of Brooke House especially, but also of East Walk. Instead of in considering the scale, we moved from a single story base of the building to a two-story base of the building. It's the strength of it coming to ground the same way as you see the pilasters in East Walk being a very strong and almost kind of military kind of marching process along the street. You see more of that being reflected, all of which is fundamentally characteristic of Basildon. And then, of course, you see the greater strengthening of the horizontality, and you see that coming in at page 56 and 57 of how, again, in terms of the spandrel panels, again, I think it's exactly with Brooke House. I think Mr. Lowndes is looking for a much more literal expression of that, but I certainly believe that the subtle and delicate treatment of those horizontals. You'll notice the horizontals are continuous. The vertical elements do not run through them, so therefore there is clear hierarchy given to the horizontal element until we reach the street, the two-story base, and then we get the two-story element that is very reflective of East Walk. So again, I think it's all substantially contextual. I understand it's subtle, but I think that's what good architects do. They research, they reflect, and then they reinterpret. And I think normally, and I think modernist architecture is embracing of minimalist and subtlety in the detailing, and I think it's appropriately respectful of that.
Let's just pick up here. We may come back to horizontality again later, but because we got these pages out in the DAS, so after the QRP page on page 51, if we go to pages 52 and 53, there's a reference here to height versus street composition and strengthening the horizontality for balance. So again, can you just explain, as far as Brooke House is concerned, how sort of the horizontality within Brooke House has been taken to inform the design of the scheme? I think the point is developed on pages 54 and 55 and 56 as well.
Yes, essentially that's right. So you can see the image on page 54, for example, where actually the ziggurat form helps you read the horizontal element very well because it projects from it. So you do see the strong horizontality there. I think again it's interesting to actually compare that with the original vision, the watercolor I referred to earlier, because in that original aspiration you couldn't read the same verticality. So I think that horizontality obviously perhaps came through more in the detailed evolution of that particular building, but it's certainly there now in the finished building. And I think you can see how SWAP have carried out studies looking at different ways of, how should that horizontality be achieved in the facade. And on page 55 there, you see various little studies, including 3 kind of more complete sketches about how you take and express that horizontality. So I think there's been a highly appropriate design process carried out to achieve that.
And if we go over to page 56 and 57, there's a reference to horizontal banding. Again, could you just explain how this has been arrived at following the contextual approach to Brooke House, at least, please?
Well, again, so I think it's interesting to note here that obviously the spandrel panel at every floor level is continuous. It's composed of a series of vertical elements at a detail level, i.e. soldier courses in brickwork. So the same philosophy that runs through the regimented marching form of the pilasters on East Walk, you actually see at a detailed level with the brickwork detailing. And so I think that's all a clear expression, but it's clearly reinterpreted. It's not a literal translation, and nor do I believe should it be.
Now, apart from Brook House, as far as other aspects of horizontality are concerned, we've looked at East Walk already, and there's been reference during the inquiry to the two-storey retail base as well as the pavilions. And perhaps if we go over to pages 58 and 59 of the rebuttal, to what extent, setting Brook House aside, to what extent has any notion of horizontality within East Walk been fed into the approach taken towards ground level within the scheme, including the pavilions?
Yes, so I'm going to refer to the, give me a reference for an image to look at there, or can I choose my own?
If you think there's a better one, go ahead, Mr. Cassidy.
So in my inquiry presentation, pages on it, my computer's saying there's an error processing a page, but so it's the view looking along Marketplace. So in the my inquiry presentation, the build to rent main entrance in the resident's journey to the apartment. Does everyone have access to that?
Well, we need to find that. Have you got a page number?
I would if my computer was allowing me to, but it doesn't. I can get it on my own computer actually. Let me do that.
1 second. Let's just pause so we can get this. We can get this up properly. I think it's PDF page 58. If you have access to the paper version and you know the image, Mr. Cafferty, I think we can proceed. If it's the page which says the build to rent main entrance, dynamic space created. Is that the page you're taking us to?
The one
57?
Yes, 57 is the,
I'm sorry.
That is the image I'm looking at.
Tells me if you're trying to guess where you're going, Mr. Cafferty. Page 57.
So again, I think what you see, and I think this is a reference to the original built form as well. I think SWAP have always recognised that the built form would inevitably change from that individual or singular low horizontal character because of the need to introduce greater residential component, the obvious need to introduce elements of scale. So what they've done is they've looked to recreate the proportion of East Walk in the base of this building. So looking at that image as we look westwards, you can see the strong linearity of the two-storey base, albeit again it's comprised of a series of vertically proportioned components, exactly the same way that East Walk is conceived. And there obviously there are little gaps here created by the articulation of the streetscape, but I don't think that those gaps break down the strong horizontality that runs through the two-storey base to the building.
Okay, and we've seen the image from East Walk. It's been referred to several times. I mean, is there an entirely consistent retail frontage building line within East Walk as a whole, in your view, Mr. Cafferty? Is it entirely consistent?
I don't think there's consistency now anywhere. We looked on Town Square how the new development there has broken up that continuous frontage by projecting elements. There's also inserted new buildings into the middle of Town Square that seek to break that space up and make it a more human space. So I think, but there was always, even in going back to, the centre to the Eastgate, the entrance to the Eastgate, we've always talked about how components are extracted or extruded from that kind of continuous frontage in any event to make important statements. So I think that I would also argue, however, that even although there are recesses to this frontage, conceptually and actually, I think the experience of it you see in this view is actually continuous in any event. And again, I certainly think that it's a perfectly transparent and open view into the internal spaces, entirely consistent with what you get in the modernist retail frontages.
Thank you. I know we've got other matters to move on to, but just picking up while we're doing this on a point that Mr. Ryan was about, well, this is a sense of horizontality isn't going to be apparent from much further afield. You remember you referred to an image that was taken further away. I mean, what view do you take about horizontality in the way he's put it, that it's not going to be readily discernible in relation to the scheme? Do you agree with that or disagree?
I disagree with that, because I think in the way where if you're standing in this space, wherever you are, whether you're next to a pavilion or you're next to one of the base of the finger blocks, you pick up the strong texture and detail of the spandrel panel at second floor level, and then that will take your eye consistently along the frontage, and therefore you will read that horizontality, and then in defining it below it, you've got this series of vertical components logically coming to ground, creating a very honest expression of the buildings above. And again, it's like the same honesty you had in modernist architecture. So I disagree. I think there's a very strong horizontality that's created in that particular view that we've referred to. And I say, I think in the real space, you'll get an even greater strength of that because of the fact you'll pick up the detailing at the spandrel panel.
And do you take the view? What view do you take about the extent to which this horizontality could be discernible from further afield?
When we say further afield, I'm not sure it's entirely necessary to kind of read everything from far away. I think when I talked about the earlier image of Brook House, and that was the concept image that I provided in the inquiry presentation. That's taken from halfway down Town Square. You certainly cannot read the horizontality in Brook House at that scale.
Very well. Now let's go on to some other points. Please return to some of these issues as we go through some other ones. Mr. Lowndes has suggested the existing building has particular qualities in his proof at 2.5. What approach do you take to the existing building, Mr. Cafferty?
Well, I'm clearly of the view that the existing building doesn't have a great deal of distinctive quality. There is the mural, of course, that is within the existing building, and it's being preserved and incorporated into the scheme. But I think it's probably important to reflect here that in the UK we have a long and established history in respecting and preserving heritage. I think probably better than any country in the world, probably. And in all the time that we've developed legislation to protect high quality architectural heritage, no one has ever concluded that the existing building should be listed or even locally listed. No one has ever concluded that the area should become a conservation area, despite its obviously interesting modernist heritage. And I think also it's probably, in terms of maintaining or redeveloping the building, it is important to understand that buildings of this era are virtually impossible to maintain to the standards which we would expect nowadays. Much is always said about letting buildings degrade and fall into disrepair. But the fundamental fact of the way these buildings were constructed are simply not fit for purpose today. The very kind of expressed components of projecting balconies or projecting concrete elements, or whether it be a slab or even a balcony or whatever, as constructed in those days, these things are now simply cold bridges through which energy pours out. And in order to actually produce a building that would perform in this typology that would perform adequately in today's age, you would have to reclad it externally, because you can't do it internally, because you can't insulate the floor level, and that becomes just continuous cold bridging across the design. So it's kind of sad in a way, in a sense, but these buildings just really are not fit for purpose and impossible to maintain.
Next, please, this allegation that the scheme is anywhere architecture. Your view on that, please.
Certainly. Well, I think I've said in all of my evidence, I believe that this is demonstrably not the case. It is interesting, however, that the main context that we have here, is modernist architecture. So the context is the modernist and therefore the international style. I've made the point in my own proof that is defined as an architecture of anywhere, because it is that very thing. So, I guess there might be an almost inevitable sense of maybe not being local, but when your context is international, there's when you follow that context, there's an almost inevitable sense of a lack of localness, perhaps. However, I don't believe that was ever the approach taken by SWAP. They embraced the modernist architecture. They have taken significant, clues all the way through their design process of incorporating the key elements of Brookhouse and East Walk into their architecture, and they've also incorporated key elements of the town's artistic history as well, which I think again that's been well explained in both the DAS and in my own evidence in this inquiry. So I cannot see at all how the only statement of a lack of contextual analysis or a lack of understanding of the local issues of local distinctiveness.
Thank you very much. Just moving on then, please. We have some points that are made in the council evidence about the application scheme using a singular expression of punched opening windows in a brick facade across all 3 blocks, which doesn't change. Again, what view do you take about that allegation relating to singular expression of hollow wall and same architectural treatment? Is it a fair one in your view?
No, it's clear that the design is clearly not of a punched aesthetic. That's I think nonsensical, and I think if I'm right, that came from Mr. Dealey's evidence. However, I think it's already been contradicted in Mr. Lowndes' evidence in any event, where I think it is generally recognised that the architecture of the appeal scheme is clearly a framed aesthetic and is an honest derivation of a framed building.
Thank you. Next, please, brickwork. Extensive use of brickwork ought not to be so typical of architecture of the town. The approach that we've taken isn't sufficiently contextual. What approach do you take to this issue of brickwork, please, Mr. Cafferty?
Well, I think clearly the town has got substantial elements of brickwork as part of its context, and that's clearly the case, especially as we move towards St. Martin's Square. In that contextual situation, obviously our building sits between the more modernist, I guess, end of Town Square and the more recent period of. So it's in a transition location. So clearly the choice of brickwork is logical and sensible in my view, and especially because brickwork is the primary element of Brookhouse. So it's certainly not a secondary material in the townscape anywhere in respect of Basildon town centre.
Thank you. And as far as the metal cladding to the lower pavilions is alleged to be alien to the town centre, again, what approach do you say the inspector should take to how the pavilions have considered local context? In this sense?
Well, I think obviously what we have in the appeal scheme architecture is that you've got a clear understanding of the principal components that make this building up. You have the finger blocks, which are in the brickwork, and I believe very logically so. You have then the base of the building, which has its own responses. Part of that base is the pavilions. The pavilions have adopted an approach to create a lively streetscape, but still being part of reflecting the horizontality of the street level, and they've adopted I think a very innovative use of a different material, providing an appropriate material palette range for a scheme of this nature. I think any more materials might be too many. I think if they were done in brickwork, the scheme would maybe lack some visual interest. So I think the way that SWAP have developed the philosophy around the pineapple, used the extruded aluminium material and very cleverly framed it reflective in the modernist style, I think is a very positive piece of design, and I think will create a great visual resource to the streetscape.
Okay. You're just picking up on these detailed comments being made in the evidence. There's a point made by Mr. Lowndes that this is essentially the overall typology of the building, moving away from materials, but the overall typology of the building, including the finger form, the way he puts it, is entirely alien to the existing townscape. Is it entirely alien to the existing townscape in your view?
So I think, first of all, I think the typology he's referring to here starts off with the built form, which he considers to be wholly characteristic of the town centre. So in my view, what is being described as characteristic form doesn't materially prevail in this day and age. But I think also a key point of understanding is that built form, I think architectural expression is one thing, but built form will always change to meet the functionality needs of a building. I've made the point about the more we bring residential function into the town centre, it's inevitable that an increase in verticality will result because of the way typically residential buildings are grouped, apartments grouped around a vertical core. Thereby, form follows function, you get more verticality in most situations. But it's also, obviously it's also to recognise the fact that the physical fabric of the town is fading and that change is fundamentally needed. The current built form makes for a very poor place. The decay and decline which is currently being experienced will clearly accelerate if change and change to form if change isn't allowed. And I believe change to form is a very important ingredient in that. So the town has to be able to evolve to the changing needs of a modern society. And I think that's what's happening in this situation here. So I believe there's nothing objectionable about the principle of an increase in height, and that's already been expressed by Mr. Lowndes. I believe the change brought about by the appeal scheme, I've already said, I think that the existing built form of the townscape is very accommodating of change personally. It's already happened to a great degree. And a characteristic of the building as identified in the characterization study has always been that tall buildings are set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings, a tradition established early on in the development. Thank you. Just a few more points then we're there at Mr. Cafferty. The development form of the three fingers, again, criticisms made by Mr. Lowndes about
how this has been done as part of his wider criticism of the scale of the scheme. In your view, what's the design rationale for how the three fingers have developed, please?
Yeah, so I think actually this is a very important kind of piece of understanding the scheme, to be honest. So I've already shown earlier on in this evidence chief how the actual process started from the consideration of a courtyard block, not a process of going straight to height. It started off from the consideration of a courtyard block and how that would then begin to work best as a coherent development. And in considering all that, I think SWAP architects would embrace a number of design drivers that would inform the way that the preferred option would evolve. I think environmental performance was a key consideration to that. I think what you see there is a move from east, west, and north, south elements all having the same level in the built form hierarchy, to a greater move towards a stronger elements being the north-south fingers and the way that was developed. That's for a very clear reason. That means that apartments which can be single aspect if required, but they will always get the benefit of daylight and sunlight coming from an east or west direction. So, and obviously with essentially the erosion of the east-west elements, you therefore bring daylight and sunlight into the spaces in the courtyards, and you remove all north-facing surfaces. Thereby, you never have to struggle with the problem of having north-facing units. That then allowed, once that hierarchy began to become clear, that allowed then the kind of key urban design drivers to come into play. And I think then the sculpting of the fingers became modelled as a direct response to the way the buildings the development would function in urban design terms, creating both better enclosure and definition to key spaces. Obviously, St Martin's Square, similarly Market Place, and those became the kind of key vertical elements that anchored those spaces. So I think Mr. Lowndes has talked a lot about anchoring, and I think obviously those spaces will now benefit from being anchored by those important urban design elements.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we're out of time, so I've got 4 more questions for Mr. Cafferty, if that's all right. Sorry, you're on mute, sir.
Sorry, a moment or two ago, there was some background noise, so I made sure I could cut it out, and I forgot about that. I'm quite content for you to continue. I think it's important to hear his evidence in one tranche. That's achievable, so I won't break it.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, let's move on to a few last points, please, Mr. Cafferty. Brooke House and the Townscape rule. Now, we're going to be hearing from Mr. Jackson later, but as far as you're concerned, the influence of Brooke House and its form within the design process and how it should influence the acceptability or otherwise of this scheme, what view do you take as part of the design process that's followed in this case, please?
Yes, so obviously there was a time when Brooke House sort of latterly became, because it came after the original master plan, but it latterly became that, and I think it's fair to say it was a kind of single anchor point for the centre of the kind of retail and commercial space in the town. However, I think essentially its singularity doesn't really exist to the same degree now. I think the building isn't visible from many of the key connections and routes into the town that you would wish if that remained the philosophy. I think it's also in terms of a 21st century town, it's clearly now in the wrong place. The town, the key marking should be around the major transport hub, in my view. That would be the traditional urban design view. And I think it's essentially not sustainable for and it hasn't been sustainable for the 2 to 4 story surroundings to be maintained. That's already been lost in large part. And I think all the evidence I've heard in this inquiry so far recognises that the scale around about the town centre is very unlikely to remain at 2 to 4 stories in any future outcome. So I think that singularity kind of concept is effectively pretty much already eroded. But I think the form of the appeal scheme brings many benefits. I think it actually, for me, creates a very interesting counterbalance to the verticality of Brooke House, and it brings landmarking to the right location in the town to reflect today's society. I think it will bring the place to life better, and I think its increased scale will in actual fact complement and fit well with the surrounding townscape. And that also recognises, as I've said many times in my evidence, that there is this very generous, high-quality spatial framework where the spaces that we are talking about are very accommodating of increased scale and density.
You've mentioned the retail centre. I mean, to what extent, in your view, does the influence of the east-west route and north to south from the station and the square, that those factors, to what extent do those factors, in your view, lend credence to the location of a tall building at this point in the town centre?
Well, I think, in built form terms, I think, as I just said, I think it provides actually great balance in terms of the way the building will function as a whole. I mean, it's quite clear that the retail elements of the buildings on the site are struggling. They're boarded up. There's again an ongoing process of, all our high streets across the UK are struggling to find retail tenants. The only way they can survive is by bringing vibrancy, and that needs people. So at both a social level, a built form level, and pretty much every level, to be honest, the appeal scheme will bring fundamental benefits to the town. And clearly, in respect of the journeys to and from the station, the built form that's being proposed by the appeal scheme clearly enhances the legibility of both routes on Market Pavement and on Fodderwick to their appropriate destination. And again, there was a discussion earlier, I think, about the routes. Obviously, the route through the new marketplace directly into Town Square will become important. That becomes much more legible. Similarly, the route to St Martin's Square becomes much more a kind of much legible thing. Buildings act as kind of staging points effectively on these key routes, and that's the role that the building is adopting in that circumstance.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Lowndes' proof, he identifies what he says are common distinctive themes to the architecture of the town. His proof 2.55, and he says they're essentially echoed in varying degrees within the town centre, including its more recent buildings. You're aware of those common distinctive themes, Mr. Cafferty? Are you? And if so, just identify the extent to which you think the appeal scheme meets them.
Yes, indeed, and I think I've already stated in evidence, but the distinctive themes which have been identified by Mr. Lowndes, I think in essence you could almost read them as a checklist for the appeal scheme. So I'm just going to quote some of them. As I say, I don't think any scheme can possibly accommodate or integrate every single thing or theme or this distinctive element about a town centre. But if you just take Mr. Lowndes' elements, a strong base with continuous frontages, well, I would argue that it's a very strong base. It's composed in the same way as I've described the East Walk was, the clear horizontal lines running through composed of vertical elements. And albeit that there is recesses, visual interest, the reality is the perception, I believe, of those frontages is continuous.
I think are we back at, is it page 41 of your presentation again? We know we've had that open already, just to have a visual reference point for what you're saying, Mr. Cafferty.
Sorry, my yes, I think, well, that's the build to rent main entrance, the same image we referred to earlier. Yes.
Page 40. I'm looking at your presentation, page 41, PDF 41.
See.
Yes, okay, right.
Yeah, I've got the one at 57. Is it similar?
I think you're around the back.
Yes, it is.
Very well.
Yeah,
Yes, very well. Just wanted to check. Thank you very much.
Use of the same image.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we've got, we have that. I believe if you look at that image, there's a clearly a strong base there. I believe it is very reflective of the character, albeit it's a modern contemporarium. I think it's not a direct copy. We're not trying to ape anything here. We're just creating some of the same characteristics. So again, when we look above, we can see regular repeated patterns of fenestration, as Mr. Lowndes identifies from the modernist characteristic of the area. I think that's exactly what we have here. We have upper floors articulated by repeated bays with simple but balanced fenestration patterns. I think that's exactly the case, isn't it? Simple and balanced fenestration patterns which are repeated. He accepts there that use of brick is common in late 20th century developments. It's also common, of course, in Brook House. Entrances are expressed as larger scale elements. Well, actually, the entrance to the BTR entrance is the only totally two-story volume that you will read transparently through that entrance space. So again, it's given expression by its volume internally, and therefore it's expressed as a more important element. Simple pilasters to shop fronts. Well, I think they're strong, but they're simple, and they create a drama going along the street. Again, I think it's exactly the characteristic as described by Mr. Lowndes. He talks about the horizontal banding of Brook House. Well, of course, clearly there's horizontal banding there. Yes, it's slightly more subtle, and yes, I think that's perfectly attractive and acceptable. So I think in all of these things that what I'm describing comes down to a process of reinterpreting rather than repeating or copying.
Thank you. And then final 2 points, please. The first one is this. On a similar theme, he identifies a summary of what he draws from the townscape by way of characters. This is proof at 2.59, which he considers to be important in defining local distinctiveness. Again, referring to the part of the presentation which you'd like to refer to, Mr. Cafferty. Again, the summary of the townscape characteristics, can we identify your view on the extent to which we reflect those or not, please?
Sure, yes. So just taking those, so that he's obviously identified in terms of the townscape issues, he's identified the east-west grid. Well, of course, our building development will again strengthen that east-west connection simply by giving it better enclosure, better landmarking, better visual resource to the street, better animation to the street. Everything will support that the strength of the east-west grid. Pedestrian precinct, well used, high quality public realm. Well, again, they're all going to be improved by the scheme. you mentions the building morphology, horizontal and landmark. Well, again, I've said that running through the base of the scheme, there is this strong horizontality. And yes, again, in landmarking terms, we are landmarking the key routes to in the key desire lines that exist across the town. So again, we're doing exactly that same thing. He mentions consistent building alignment. Well, I've already shown how that's less the case now, but again, I think we effectively are. I don't really believe some small articulation on the edge of the building to the street is doing anything other than being a consistent building alignment. That it all sits within a depth of maybe 1.5 meters or so. So that, for me, as far as I'm concerned, that is consistent building alignment. It's not like we're projecting significant elements out, etc. Covered circulation spaces are obviously identified, but I think we would all logically conclude when looking at this scheme, the golden rule of urban design is you reinforce existing street patterns. And I don't think it would have been anyone suggesting that we should start carving out internal or galleried routes through the centre of the site. And he's also talked about public art contributing to local distinctiveness. Well, again, we're obviously retaining the public art and we're reflecting Basildon's heritage in public art extensively in the design. So all of these things that I think, and as I said, it's impossible for any design to encapsulate every single characteristic of an existing place, but I think this scheme does a very good job.
And finally, we know that the inspector, when he was putting questions to Mr. Lawrence, asked him to go through the requirements of paragraph 130 of the framework. That's CDA 2, internal page 38, with paragraph 130. And again, just to finish your evidence, please, Mr. Cafferty, can you just run through these aspects of paragraph 130 and give your view to the inspector, please?
Sure. So I'm just going to kind of summarize this. So in my proof, I have covered obviously the design response to the policy framework, and that obviously started off with the NPPF and in this case section 12, achieving well-designed places. So at my items 184 to 186 in my proof, I've explained in some level of detail how this scheme will clearly improve the functioning of the place. The extra activity it will bring the opportunity to actually populate the retail at its base. I think it'll create viable shops and commercial spaces. So that will clearly improve the function of the surrounding place. And obviously the activity and animation and the people that will bring added quality to the place. I've also described in my proof how I believe the creating an appropriate enclosure to the kind of guidelines as suggested by the Essex Design Guide as being a minimum 1-to-1 ratio of height to width of space will also again improve the quality of place there. And clearly in creating this new development, which will be built to the highest of standards, we will be enhancing and extending the life expectancy of the built environment.
B then, please. Visually attractive, good architecture, etc.
Yeah, so again, at 187 and 188, I set out why, in my view, the development will clearly be visually attractive. I think it's got an interesting and exciting built form. It's got a very articulated built form, creating a range of a varied roofscape, let's say. And again, I think that's clearly an important element. We don't want to just see a continuous roof edge. I think we're creating an interesting visual landscape full of visual resource. Lots of things happening at street level, the pavilions, the rhythms going along the streetscape, the elements of the finger bases, all alternating with the pavilions, I think will create a great visual resource to the streetscape as well.
And C, sympathetic local character and history, including the surrounding built environment, while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change. Again, summary of your position on that for the inspector, please.
So I've explained extensively how the building design has been developed in terms of its architectural treatments to be entirely sympathetic and reflective of the character of Basildon Newtown and its modernist heritage. I've explained how the lower levels of the built form that once upon a time were characteristic of the town have been re-expressed in a contemporary way through the base of the building, and I think obviously that there is a level of innovation in many ways about this building, whether it's the artistic treatment of the pavilions or whether it's the whole concept of build to rent, bringing in innovations to society. I think there are many innovations in the building, and I think as I've said, this building will sit, I believe, in three-dimensional terms very well in the town centre. It will create an appropriate balancing point for Brook House at the far end of Town Square. It'll create useful landmarking to the key routes, and it'll create a better point of landmarking for the town in general, reflecting its location adjacent to the station interchange.
Possibly covers D as well, but can we confirm to add on D, establish or maintain a strong sense of space at place? Sorry.
Yes, indeed, I probably have covered that, but I think the key things there are the form of enclosure. I'm sure you've noted in reading the Essex Design Guide how appropriate enclosure provides more vibrant, dynamic spaces, and surely that's what's wanted in all regeneration and in all town centres such as this. And obviously the additional population, the people that will bring in, the sense of community that this building will foster through its BTR ethos, all of these things are going to create great improvements to the sense of place.
Optimise the development of the site briefly, please.
So again, as I say, I think when SWAP set out, they did not go straight to height as suggested by Mr. Lowndes. They actually started off with a more traditional form, but they took that and they modelled it and they cut and carved it and pulled it and pushed it apart to make a great place, make a set of buildings that would create a good environment in which to live in. But I think also they have optimised rather than overdevelopment of the site. I think there's probably many locations in towns of this nature where developers might propose buildings of 20 to 30 stories. They have never set out to do that. I think the heights being proposed are very responsible and well proportioned to the spaces that exist, the spatial framework that exists in the town.
Mr. Inspector, I think you covered this at 193 of your evidence, and 192 is where you deal with D. And finally, criterion F, please. Safe, inclusive, and accessible, which promote health and well-being. And your view on that, please.
And it goes without saying that bringing facades to the site that overlook the surrounding public realm, the reality, and I think that I've reflected in the town centre at the moment, is it's not a happy place. It does not have great qualities of place. It's got boarded up shops. It's an obvious location where you would find some antisocial behaviour. The new development through a whole range of entities, from its commercial tenants to the shops to the BTR management, from just the occupation of the spaces overlooking the streets, it will clearly promote a sense of safety in the surrounding streets. I think the idea of promoting health and well-being is very interesting in the context of the discussion we had earlier about the journey to the flat, because I think at the end of the day, as I say, having the opportunity to use external space, make that part of the journey to and from your flat, is all highly promotion of health and well-being, and these spaces will enhance living quality, community cohesion, and resilience as a development into the future.
Thank you, sir. So I've gone over our time estimate, but that's the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just return to the question that I posed at the very beginning of this session? If Mr. Cafferty could talk me through the detailing of the horizontal banding on the building.
Sure. I just use my the scheme, the inquiry presentation.
Yes, I'm in that.
Yeah, so I'll take it in reference to the point where we start at the quality review panel feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. So at that point, if you look at the little, what I would describe as a base study, which has at that stage actually smaller fenestration elements. It has essentially a sense of verticality running through it. You see the vertical detailing of shadow gaps between the bays. So and I think that was that verticality was what I think was maybe the commentary from the quality review panel. So to move away from that, you then see the investigation into how Brooke House, and I think the picture on the page after the little axonometric study of the building itself, where we actually look at how the horizontal banding has been identified there. And at that stage, SWAP embarked on a series of studies as to how greater horizontality could best be incorporated into the building. So there's 3 little sketch elevations on the bottom right-hand corner, where you can see there's different types of horizontality introduced. And if you just compare those to the base study I referred you to on the QRP page, you can see how these now run continuously through the facade. So that's then, there's a little axonometric in the following page with that shows how the detailing is going to be introduced, and that these become continuous horizontal elements. And then in the image on that same page, you can then see how the texture I was referring to, which you'll pick up firstly at the second floor level of the double soldier course of brick with two linear linearly arranged bricks in the center, but these create a strong band running through the design that is unbroken across the entirety of that block. So
is that to be emphasized by projection of that horizontal course?
It probably would be emphasized by projection, although there will be subtle jointing details to support that horizontality. But I think projecting it, I think, because again, I think projecting it would create technical problems around waterproofing details and
that's what I was anticipating. What I was asking on the basis that at top left of the page, prominence of the horizontal elements is achieved through the use of projecting brick courses to create distinctive horizontal shadow lines. And I wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, no, I think I don't think there's an intention to actually project them. I think the intention is just to use little shadow gaps in the detailing, and that can be done by jointing.
I understand it was having read the word projecting, but I couldn't see any detail as to how it would be achieved. And clearly I was aware of the potential weathering and detailing difficulties. And I was wondering whether you were using bull nose, although it's not, it doesn't appear from that, but now I'm clear that that's not the intention. The detail is strong enough in its own right to create the horizontal banding, to create the desired effect of the horizontal banding. Thank you. I'm clear on that. That's all I need on that particular point. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Sorry we didn't pick it up sufficiently earlier on. Hopefully that dealt with it.
No, it was helpful because And Mr. Cafferty had explained the background, the process. It was that fine element of detail that I wasn't quite clear about, and having that conversation direct with Mr. Cafferty has assisted me.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's coming up to 4 o'clock and we've not had a mid-afternoon break, but bearing in mind I need to finish early today, are you comfortable for a few minutes just to discuss timetabling?
Sir, yes, I haven't had a chance to speak with Mr. Edwards over lunch, but perhaps I could just offer my penny's worth on this. Obviously, we've got Mr. Cafferty's cross-examination, which, given the time now, Mr. Edwards obviously isn't going to complete today. I anticipate if he's going to be a couple of hours with re-examination, it's going to be late tomorrow morning before Mr. Cafferty completes his evidence. Now, at the moment, we've got the conditions and obligations session. I think my concern, sir, about putting another witness in, if you were anticipating having the conditions and obligation session, is having that witness completed on the Friday. The one potential candidate would have been Ms. Roberts, but at the moment she's planning to appear later on the Tuesday and isn't available on the Tuesday morning. So my concern would be if we tried to slot her in and still do conditions and obligations, it would be unsatisfactory because she wouldn't be able to return on the Tuesday morning. So it's really, sir, if bearing in mind where we are at the time, if you wanted to do the conditions and obligations session, even if that meant not having an entirely full day, or leaving the conditions and obligations and putting in Miss Roberts on the basis that we attempted to complete her in the day. I think my instinctive preference at this stage is to probably do the conditions and obligations and come back to Ms. Roberts, but I'm entirely open to calling Ms. Roberts if you would prefer to do that, sir.
Mr. Edwards, any thoughts?
Well, I'm reasonably relaxed, sir. In terms of the next stage of the process, which is cross-examination of Mr. Cafferty, I estimated 2.5 hours. I'm still good for that, I think. So there's obviously been, I make no criticism, there's quite a lot of additional evidence this afternoon, which is perfectly in order. I have to say, so if you're going to take a break, and as I understand it, so you need to be aware of 4:30 anyway this afternoon.
At 4:30, so I think even if we take a break, it's not actually going to give you any useful time, is it, this afternoon?
So what I was going to propose, and bearing in mind, sir, you'll need to be away this afternoon, and Mr. Cafferty's need to be away, I think, by the latest 12:30 tomorrow, is so whether we could start cross-examination tomorrow morning at 9:30, and then that would give me a fair run, and at least a reasonable chance of Mr. Cafferty's evidence being completed in its totality before he has to leave. Beyond that, sir, I'm highly relaxed about what happens next.
I think, sir, my concern with calling Ms. Roberts is that after the end of a long period, told Mr. Cafferty, even starting at half 9, if it's 2.5 hours, it probably actually sounds closer to lunchtime before he's completing. And then we'd have to try and get Ms. Roberts in, evidence in chief, cross-examination and re-examination on the Friday afternoon. And my mild concern at this stage, it may not be the best approach to try and do that on the Friday afternoon and squeeze the entire witness in after lunch.
Now, I'm content to continue with the timetable as I expressed that was issued before the inquiry. It was simply this morning, I was wondering whether we might have gained some time today, and if we were in that position and we were partway through cross-examination of Mr. Cafferty this afternoon, then we would have plenty of time tomorrow to bring in another witness. But bearing in mind that we are now more or less to timetable, I think that's the sensible thing. As I indicated, over conditions obligations, I don't think will take very long, certainly for my part, in terms of any potential questions. And if you're content that we have spare time on the Friday afternoon, I shan't object to that.
And sir, I think unusually we seem to be doing quite well for programming after the first week of inquiry. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. I think we're on track generally. So that was accepted, sir.
So far as the obligations are concerned, I understood that there was to be a revised SIL compliance statement. Has that been produced?
We agreed overnight and submitted with the 106 and the conditions which are all now agreed this afternoon.
Sorry, I understand that has been agreed and it ought to have been submitted along with the latest draft of the conditions of the 106. If that hasn't made its way to you yet, sir, we make sure that happens before 4:30.
Thank you. I think that's all I've got. Are there any other points of housekeeping? We will start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We need to do that to be fair to Mr. Cafferty and to give Mr. Edwards his full session. What time does Mr. Cafferty need to be away by?
1 o'clock latest.
1 o'clock, sir.
1 o'clock. We'll see how we progress. If needs be, we can shorten the mid-morning break if that's acceptable to everybody. I'll endeavour to complete Mr. Cafferty tomorrow if reasonably possible.
I'm grateful, sir. I mean, I should say that if it's not possible for whatever reason, then it's not possible. Mr. Cafferty, because of the circumstances for him going away, is unlikely to want to speak to or contact any of the members of the team over the weekend in any event. So it wouldn't be an insuperable issue, sir, but obviously everyone's keen to stick to the programme you've identified anyway.
Yes, I mean, I'm always anxious to avoid people being kept over a weekend without contact with the rest of the team. But if that happens, then clearly it does from time to time and everybody knows the rules. So I've got no difficulties with that.
That's understood. Thank you, sir.
Anything further before I adjourn for the day? If not, thank you for the progress made today, and we'll resume tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Sir.
Yes.